Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode 6 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And I want to thank you all for bearing with us as we were doing tech stuff, because we had a little bit of tech to go on. This is our first duo episode. It's Guys Not Out, and so that involved redoing your OBS settings. So there's a little bit of that going on. How are you all doing? I hope you are doing well. Thank you all for being with us tonight. It is our gents night out, and I am sure it will be fine. I'm sure there'll be nothing strange or mysterious. I'm sure that our dynamic duo here, the chaos and the order brought together, will only bring positive things. And I'm sure there'll be no drama.
Like love, and joy.
Love and joy.
Maybe a board game.
Yeah, I feel
maybe
like
Yahtzee.
Yahtzee. Yeah, no murder, no drugs. I'm sure none of that's going to happen today. Yeah.
No sandwiches, no alcohol use.
We just got an anonymous gifter has just donated some subs, and I would like to thank you so very much. So this is what I'm going to say as this thanks. First off, this is a show this is our third season. We are not yet halfway through, but this is a show that means a lot to me, and it means a lot to the cast as far as I know. And we all spend a lot of time thinking about our characters and working on it, and they do costuming, they think about stuff. There's like a banana shirt, and there's a lot that goes behind the scenes, and people work really hard. We just had, for example, Ifrithiel, who does our overlays, just getting us the new overlays just right now. And so all that work means that people should be compensated for their labor fairly, and that happens because you all help. So when you tell people about the show, when you retweet that we are live, when you tell your friends about it, when you watch on the VODs, and maybe you could put a thumbs up on the YouTube, all of that helps a lot. And when you follow the channel or follow these amazing players, when you subscribe or subscribe to their channels as well. Also, we have a Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole. And if you become a Patreon, that also helps. And all of that goes in to basically pay the cast and our visual artists and all of that goodness. So thank you very much. It is much appreciated. There's one other way in which you can support besides being here, being present, being hype men. Like you can put on like a big, huge clock on a chain and then like a word up, Save Light and Shadow. Like you could do that if you wanted to. Or the donations. If you give donations, tips, or bits, we will read out the donation message at the halftime and at the end. You can also use channel points to help them out. Because the channel points, which are our extra credit, will give them fate points. I will just note for the record that they have not been able to get fate points recently because there's some problems with supply problems, and there's some like tension with the SOE in London who is supporting them because there's a lot of political turmoil. But today is the first time they can actually get some fate points in the form of letters from home. And we have both of these letters from home have already been gifted. I would like to thank Origami Shuriken and also Rissa, who is our amazing mod, for giving us these gifts from home. And I'm going to just complete that. And because I think it's important to have visual confirmation and also just to see what's happening, here's our lovely little playmat that we made with all of our lovely peoples, whom, you know, I think they're the best. We're just they currently have one group fate point. I'm gonna hand out 2 more. Oh, you know what? I can't do that from here. I'm gonna do it from here. Where's my... There. Ooh, what kind of rolling happened? Here, we have 1. And 1 more. So they have a total of 3 group fate points. And, Greg, you have 1 personal fate point, if I remember correctly. And Stiver, you have 2? Good. Great.
Yes.
Also, I'll just note that our Tango is a little bit physically stressed out. Perhaps, you know, a little bit of a sprain in his shoulder. Maybe he needs some Vicks Vapor Rub or Icy Hot, something going on there. And everybody else is doing fine, I think. Maybe.
Really? This is just going to be an episode where we kick back, hang out on the couch, just,
yeah. And,
talk shop.
Yeah.
Talk philosophy, maybe.
Sure. Nothing bad will happen. I think it'll be great. Right?
It should be great.
Oh, yeah, totally. So, I would like to have our players introduce themselves. And I would like you to say who you are, who you're playing. Just tell us who you're playing a little bit. And I would like you to answer a question. And the question that I would like you to answer is, I would like to know, this is a weird question, but in the United States, we have these coming-of-age films. In German literature, it's like the Bildungsroman, which is like the coming-of-age novel. There's like a coming-of-age novel. And so I think I'd like to ask you both, when does your character consider themselves, when was the moment that your character considered that they became an adult? Like, what was that moment where they came of age? Like, what was that for them? Like, when did they think, now, right, I have come of age? I would be interested to know the answer to that question. So, why don't we start with Grimjack? Who are you? Who are you playing? And when did your character believe that they came of age, and what was that circumstance?
Hi, Grimjack, 21502, Greg. I am going to be playing Oscar Mueller, former Gestapo agent, now deceased, ? When would Oscar have felt that he would have come of age? It would have been 13 when his father passed.
All right, I'm just going to write that down. How did your father, who, if I remember correctly, was a piece of work, how did he die?
Under mysterious circumstances.
Why do you love me so much? I just want to know why you love me, and you give me presents. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Like, all you want, if you're a GM, all you want from your players is for them to give you presents. Like things like, my parent went missing and I've never found their body. I have an evil twin. Sometimes I fall unconscious and lose my memory for stretches at a time. And when I wake up, I'm covered in blood. No idea what that's about. Just,
I have an evil ex that's still out there. Man, DMs love evil exes.
I have to say this because she's been on the show this season. Lindy gave me, as a DM, my favorite one of those gift I've ever received. She was making a cleric and said, "I'm not sure who I worship." Okay. All right.
And you're like,
it's my favorite ever.
Thanks.
You're getting some backwoods evil demon bullshit. That is what you're getting as the thing you worship.
I had like a single tear when she said, I was like, oh, that's great.
And I love her so much. I've only worked with her that one time.
Oh, Lindy's amazing.
So wonderful.
Lindy's amazing.
I don't know if Lindy's ever going to see or hear this, but you're amazing, Lindy. Good job.
I'll just tell her. I'll be like, Lindy, Stiver thinks you're amazing. And
yeah, just tell her. Like, pass that note like we're in third grade. Just like, Stiver thinks you're amazing. Here it is.
But speaking of Stiver, who are you? Who are you playing? And when does Tango consider himself of having come of age?
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Jane Stiver, and I am your wonderful player for the day. I am playing Tango, who is an SOE trained liar, essentially, turned family man. So he's like like Han Solo pushing a baby stroller at this point. I don't know if he's quite getting dad bod, but I'm pretty sure he's getting there. So I'm playing Tango. When did because I think Tango's actually, when it comes to maturity, he hasn't actually gotten there yet. But the point there, I think there were two, the point that he thinks and the point that actually happened.
I love it.
So the point he thinks is when, again, we all have tragic fathers in our lifetime here. It's when his gang that he was rolling with basically murdered his father.
Yeah, his father also died under mysterious circumstances, and that
it wasn't all that mysterious. Like Tango knew what was up, and then he had to help raise his mama right after that. And that's when he felt like he grew up. But I think really emotionally he grew up when he fell in love for the first time out in Florida, did this entire job, and then she betrayed him. And I think so. Basically, his ex grew him the fuck up about life. Because I think before then he had his blinders on. Like he'd always had somebody like a safety net, but when his safety net was his safety net was yanked from beneath him and he had to just go to Europe. I think that's when he truly like became I don't know, quote unquote, a man, or, an adult. And I hate to say, I don't want to put a gender to it, but you know what I mean? Like
grown up.
Basically grew the fuck up when he realized that he can't rely on anyone but himself to forge his happiness in his life. So, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm your GM, troopersjp. And it is my job to give the players what they asked for. And if I remember correctly, what they asked for last time I asked was murder and war. That was this duo. And they asked for it, so we'll just see what happens.
That was a different time, though. We were in a different space, and now we just want a shopping episode.
Yeah.
And we just want to, like, do karaoke.
Sure.
Like,
it's in my notes, so
like a bachelor party.
So let's see. Where were we? When we left off last episode, it was December 7th, 1941, in occupied Paris. And it is a terrible winter. There is snow everywhere. It's really, really cold. Crops are failing. It's getting hard to get food. It's getting hard to get fuel to sort of heat your homes. There are a lot of reasons that are coming into it. Like, it's basically, people are on like starvation rationing at this point in time, about like 1,000 calories a day, depending on where you're at. Some people have less. And even if you have those, and that's all controlled by ration cards, but even if you have them, you may not get the food because the food's not coming in. I think it's like 80% of all the food being produced in France is being shipped over to Germany because they also want food. And they want France's food, so that's cool. But of course, also the farms themselves are having trouble because a lot of the men who are working farms have been conscripted and sort of shipped off other places. You need fertilizer, but fertilizer is being used for ammunition and bombs, explosives. There's not a lot of fuel. When you even have food, it's really hard to get it shipped into Paris. I was reading Jean-Paul Sartre, who was in occupied Paris, was writing that during these times, he would have friends ship him meat, but it would be rotted and full of maggots, but he'd eat it anyway, or people would just eat rats if they could get it. It's like, it's not a good time, unless, of course, you are one of the occupiers or very, very rich, in which case you can often get stuff on the black market. And our heroes are a group of people. They are complicated people with sort of who've made complicated choices, and they are a group of people working for the SOE who are now, they had once been in a nightclub, which has been basically taken over. And now they've sort of set up a flower shop, an exclusive flower shop, which they can use to get into places if they need catering or deliver flowers, but it's a bit more incognito than before. And when we left off, Pearl Harbor had happened. They had just found out about Pearl Harbor, and they're dealing with the fact that Oscar and Regina's rivals, complicated people, have arrived in town after taking advantage of some things to get there, and they're trying to figure out what to do about it. And Regina had said, I have got photos of my ex, who her husband is now the head of the Gestapo in Paris, because the previous head of the Gestapo in Paris was discredited fairly heavily and then shipped off east. So Regina said, I've got photographs of my ex in somewhat risque, somewhat compromising photographs from back in college, and we can maybe use this. And that was that end of the evening, and we're going to start with the morning. So this Monday morning, December the 8th, when everybody has sort of gone their ways as we're sort of thinking about what to do, everyone's pondering what they're going to do. You have the various crew now sort of split off into different spaces. And before we started, I did want to do one little thing before you all get back together. I wanted to sort of bring up a little moment between each of you when you're not together, but you are doing slightly separate things in the morning. And I wanted to start off with Oscar. Now, our Oscar is currently has assumed an identity of a Holgar Leixner, who was Regina's in real life fiance. She had a fiance, and she left him at the altar and escaped Germany and went to France. That's what she knew. But then as she started, she also knew that her fiance was dead. She'd heard that. But then as people are investigating things, people keep saying that they heard that Regina was married to this guy, that they actually did get married, and that they were on an extended honeymoon, which was news to her. Turns out that her father had murdered her fiance. After he was left at the altar, there was chemical weapons involved, and then spread this story that he was not dead. He'd gone on holiday. And after all this sort of badness had happened, they had this idea that, well, Oscar and Regina would get married, and Oscar would pretend to be Holgar Leixner because nobody in France knows him anyway. And so they have set this up, and now they spent like about a month or two setting up these sort of false identities. And Oscar, our artist, who in his soul is an artist, is taking over the position of Holgar Leixner, a captain, Gestapo, but really he's working in the propaganda department. He got a transfer. And this guy, Holgar Leixner, is everything that Oscar hates. He's a person who takes art and turns it into propaganda, and he's also a person who, or he was, because he's dead now. He was gassed with sarin gas. It was fine. Not for him. He died. But I think for everybody else. But he's that sort of fellow who has no soul, right? Has no artistic soul, but just takes things and makes them ugly. And Oscar, for whom art has mattered so much, is now taking on this person's persona. And he and Regina have been, now that they are officially here, have a nice hotel room, where they are living, where they get food all the time, and they have all the heating they need, and everything is fine because they're with a bunch of officers in a fancy luxury hotel, which is what happened when the Germans just took everybody's homes. And I wanted to start off just this moment on this Monday morning, just a little bit of a check-in on our Holgar at the office. And I want to sort of think about how is work for you today? At the moment, of course, you're at work. Regina, your loving spouse, Regina Krause, has been roped in to do some wives things. So wives have decided to come and throw her a bit of a welcoming, have a nice lunch or somewhat with her, maybe go shopping. So she's going to be hanging out with Nazi wives, which I'm sure she will love. So she is not currently available. But let's think about how this is for Oscar or Holgar. You're in the office, which is housed in this hotel. You're not where the radio station is. That's actually across town. But you're looking at everything, right? You're in charge of your office. That's everything. Any kind of newspaper article has to go through you. Any kind of radio broadcast has to go through you. You strategize about how to support the war effort. Your office has just been doing there's a big exhibition that you yourself were not personally involved in because you came a little bit later. A whole exhibition about about the history of Jews in France and about how terrible they are. And there was a whole big exhibition about the history of Jews in France, which is all Nazi propaganda meant to make the Jewish people who've been in France for a very, very long time. It's a long, long history. In France, France is one of the places where Jews were most integrated into society, having been there for hundreds and hundreds of years. And the purpose was to make the average non-Jewish French person think of French Jewish people as not French. So there's this huge, awful exhibition that's like doing this big film that came out as well. And so they're still working out your expertise. But you have such a wide variety of things to do in a day, from things like thinking about film, because you also sort of deal with film scripts coming in, thinking about you're not the casting director, but some people, are not good people to cast because they're not approved, right? So you're dealing with casting of films, you're doing radio, television, thinking about how to do good propaganda, how to convince people. And of course, you get directives, right, from the military administration in France about things that they want, what their concerns are. And part of what you have to do is try to figure out the best way to get the goals that the people who are in charge of you want done. And so I imagine at this particular moment, and as a creative person, you don't always spend your time in the office. Sometimes you're working from home, i.e. the same building, but just a different floor. And sometimes you're doing other things. But at this moment, you're in your office and it's busy. There are a lot of people there. It's you've got a couple of suites sort of connected. You have, a couple of secretaries taking dictation. You've got a couple of people who you're working with, files coming in and out. And the people that you work with, many of them are artists. They are people who are directors or producers or writers, photographers, a number of artists for whom this is the work that you have in 1941 if you want to keep doing your work. Unless you're like super famous and can do all those things. Most of the time, all these people have made their way here in these various places. And would you like a fate point?
I always say yes. So yes.
Sweet. Great. I believe, I know that you have a very good aspect that I can just pull up.
Hey, do you want to go ahead and just make this a bet that we should not even
take them all?
Let's just take them all. Like, let's just make this the most bad decision boys not I'd ever.
But no, it's not our decision to do it. It's not our bad decision, isn't it? It's just
no, it's just a story decision.
Right. We're stacking the deck against us.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to show if we take them all. Yeah. We're going to show that that's how badass we are. Right?
I'm going to say it. We're going to play fate chicken here. As long as you accept one, I'll accept one.
Nice.
Oh well.
Let's do it.
I'm driving straight at you then.
All right.
I was going to tell you what it was for before you said yes, but you just said yes, so I'm just going to give it to you. I'm just going to give it to you right now.
So for the end of this episode, until someone says no, you should just go and go, by the way, Stiver, you have a fate point, and here's why.
I will be invoking, by the way, your high concept that you are a former German theater student. That's going to be what's being invoked right about now.
For sure. I just wanted to set up too, if I could,
please.
Quickly. This is Oscar in this building. Several things. Someone actually told me during the week, is it like Oscar's playing a role? And unfortunately, it's not, because Oscar tried that before whenever he first got into the military and tried to think, this is not who I really am. I'm going to play this role to keep people that I love protected by, being on the inside. And that doesn't work, because in doing that, there's a certain amount of disconnect that you're giving yourself to have that. And being around these people, your survival instinct kicks in. So he has to stay very attentive to what he's doing, and he has to kind of embrace where he is. But in addition to having to play this horrid person, just as Trooper described, he is surrounded by people that he may very well have known back in the day as being artistic, but they didn't stay to they sold everything to attain the positions that they're currently in. So they are the breakers of the art. They are the defilers of the stage, and he is surrounded by them all now. Mm-hmm. And so his situation, not to make it sound more dramatic than what it is, but here I am stuck in the middle. So let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here I am
stuck. And Greg, could you turn your volume down just a tad? You were blowing out a little bit.
Oh, yes, I will do that.
Thank you. So here you are in your office. There is a woman. She is the secretary. You've met her before. She's a German woman. She's a little older. I would say she's probably in her late 40s, probably, maybe early 50s. which says to you she's probably a widower because she's working. Helen Korholtz is her name, and she's always very friendly to you when you come in and out. She dresses, not particularly fancy, like kind of utilitarian, and she has got a very sort of strong northern German accent. She's probably from the Hamburg area. She's sometimes a little saucy, kind of cracks some jokes, but she's very efficient with her job. And she's always very friendly when you come in, gives you a bit of a smile. And there are a bunch of other sort of people in your office. Your office has been a little bit understaffed recently, so they're very happy to have you there. You have your boss, right, who's the colonel who's in charge of this, Egon Mucke, and he is, you've met him before. He's you deal with him quite a lot. He's sort of happy to have somebody who seems to actually sort of know what they're doing and he can rely on. And he's found you sort of very useful, friendly, interesting. But it's a fairly full office. And what are you doing this one moment? Let's say around 10 a.m. in the office. It's pretty busy. We just had, Pearl Harbor at the moment.
Right. So at this point, he would be absolutely, to make a show of it, as he's created this guy. Everything is a problem, or he has solved the problem. And so, as you say, there are secretaries and assistants around. So he would spring out of his desk into his office, and he would just be spouting out things about the Americans that they could exploit, stereotypes, just things from American history that would, there's a former colony of the British, and now the British, they want to help one another. This is marriage made is destined to fail. He just would pop up and say something like that, and everything's America sucks this morning.
And I imagine there's like a bit of kind of like
I hate cowboy movies,
like a writer's room, right? Like where you've got like 3 or 4 of y'all sitting around, like pitching like these ideas, right? And Aegon, your boss, is like noting and thinking about it and like taking some notes, and then of course Maria's also there and she's taking notes, and it's like this idea of like, what can we do? And then of course on the radio you hear St. Louis Blues, Sylvie's arrangement coming through on the propaganda station, the propaganda version of St. Louis Blues. And Rolf, one of your fellow coworkers, and Rolf is a civilian. Like he's not in the military. He's a civilian. He's working in theirs. And Rolf sort of smiles and goes, "Well, we have our jazz now, don't we?" And it's just kind of like a slightly weird tone to that one as this sort of song goes through the radio speakers with it's good jazz. Like it sounds good. The arrangements are good. But it's Sylvie, it's somebody impersonating her. But it's also some of the more exciting stuff that's been on the radio recently, which of course is part of the point that'll draw you in, and you can hear this jazz moving, and Rolf sort of smiles and taps his foot a little bit to it as he's trying to think of good propaganda. And he's like, degenerate music. Americans are Americans sleep with all your women. Yes, they're oversexed. Sleep with your women. Degenerate music. Looks around trying to sort of find something.
Oscar would say they are sexual and they're political traitors. They will lie to your face. They will come to you with the guise of friendship, just as, and again, completely opposite of what truly happened. Yeah. But when the Germans helped them with their revolution, they turned on them, cast them out.
And your boss, Aegon, thinks about it for a bit and he goes, "We have a problem. We have quite a few Americans in Paris, expatriates how do we deal with them? I want ideas. Do we roll them up with the communist Jewish de Gaullist conspiracy? Do we make them different? I know there's going to be some sort of laws coming down or cracking down, but we have Americans in our midst. We should probably be able to use that.
We should find the ones that are the most prominent that are living here. Perhaps persuade them to renounce America and that they have discovered the true leadership of the world. Here, Sir Ike.
That's a good idea. And there's, that fellow Frenchman, I think he has an American wife. Perhaps we can get her to say something. And like, there's like, they're trying to figure out like how to deal with and somebody's like, and Rolf is like, well, yeah, but some of those Americans are very wealthy. Some of them are important doctors. We have to find some way to use the Americans against use them, but maybe not target the ones that we still are needing, or that who's. And you can tell Rolf is trying to like walk that line of like, sure, but we do have some American friends who have a lot of money, but he doesn't want to. Yeah.
Well, if they are truly our friends, if they are here in support and not as the traitors from across the Atlantic, then investment in the Reich is something that any good friend would do. And if they have this money, then they can put it where their mouth is.
And Egon goes, that's good. Holger, that's good. We always need more money. Perhaps we can get something with donations, money. This is good. Yes, we have Rolf, you write up some of those ideas, come up with something. We can put that in posters. Rolf, you're good with graphics. Make up some poster ideas. We'll work on that one. And please, Maria, take all of those notes. And Holger, I need you for something. I want your advice. You're all dismissed. Holger, come please sit. I want you to look at something for me.
Jawohl.
And he pulls out a manila folder, and he hands it to you. Look at those, if you don't mind.
He would open them, and
they're headshots. Headshots of ingenues. It's like there's like maybe like 20 of these sort of good-looking women. Of the 20, like 18 are blonde, and 2 are not. And the ones who are not are on the bottom of the stack. All the rest are on the top. And he says, so, we're wanting to deal with movies and film. They are still making their films here in France, but we want to have more friendly films coming out of the film industry here. We know that film is very important. We know that the masses, they watch film, and if we can make sure we have films that are useful, that show us in a good light, that would be helpful. However, there are a lot of French actors here in France, of course, but we thought it would be good if we had a few more good-looking Aryan German actors here working in the film industry in this place, not only just in Berlin. It would give Germans more work, of course. It would show friendship between Germans and French, which will help with the collaboration, I think. So, I thought that you have a good eye. I've heard that you have that you've worked in university, that you've done journalism, I think, in university. You had some theories, and so my understanding is you did some paper on degenerate film, that you have some sort of expertise in this, and so I thought you might be willing to look at these ingenues and see which ones you might think would be best suited. Also, my understanding is that besides your work in film, you studied French and somewhat, so you understand French culture a bit more than some. So if you might look at those ingenues and see which one you think would be best suited for winning over the French to our side, that would be useful. I mean, we had so many, we've cut most of them down, but all of these seem to be acceptable. And if you might just give me your opinion, rank me the top 5. I have my top 5 already, so I thought I'd have yours and we could compare.
Without even looking at the pictures, he would say, do any of the German actors speak fluent French, and not was enough to fool one of these countrymen here in France.
Yeah, some of them certainly do. Many of the women, had training. Women they learn the languages and all those things. Some of them do, but some of the ones who are most good with the French, I'm afraid, were a bit too, well, the past histories were a little bit too. So we have the ones who are perhaps best, but I think also that it would be fine if people knew they were German, so that we could sort of have more friendship, don't you think?
Yeah.
But those top 10 have the best French.
He would start to then kind of open them up and look, but then he would stop maybe on like the second one, and he would look up. You'll see if there is a piece of film and the French watch and they say, there's one of our countrymen, someone that they can associate with, someone that they feel for, someone that they have an emotional attachment. And then at the end of the film, we say, this is so-and-so. See how similar we are.
This is good. The best French is the bottom one, but she's brunette, so not acceptable. But please, give me your thoughts.
Yeah, he would start to go through them.
And it is it's interesting. They're like a mix of women. Some of them are young, probably 18 or 19. Some of them are older. Some of them clearly want to be Marlene Dietrich, but they're like knockoff Marlene Dietrichs. And then probably number 7, you see her. Someone that you knew. Someone you knew fairly well from your past. Isolde
We're sure we
Becker.
want to do this, Stiver? You sure we want to do this? We want to keep...
Hey, that fate point's right there. It's mine. And here's your fate
as long
point, my
as you
friend.
do it, and you've already 1 in. So if you do 2 in, I'm going to do 2 right back at you. So if you're going to do it, I'm
going to do it. We're going to do this. Let's do it.
This is the present. This is the
worst game of chicken we could have possibly.
Yeah, no, it's the best game of chicken. This is for your fate point. This is your present. The 7th woman in that list is Isolde Becker. And y'all in chat can see her right there. Right over here for you. Fresh-faced. She's not super young, but she's still in a good space, and she's pretty. She's got that sparkle in her eyes. You can still see her. She's got a charisma, and she's got a stage presence that comes across on the headshot. A polish, right? Some of the people there are clearly young and haven't figured out their light yet, but she's got a polish. She knows her angles, and she's just got kind of a bit of a. You know it very well. It's a bit practiced. It's a bit studied, but it's because everybody wants to be Garbo or Dietrich to get a little bit of mysteriousness allure, and she has it down. She's practiced it, and she's right there. Isolde Becker, someone you know very well from your past. For those who do not know, how does our Oscar know Isolde?
She was the daughter of the woman that ran his theater company in university. Her mother, Jerry, was one of, and is still one of Oscar's very best mentors and friends. He lost track. They're actually one of the people that were on his list to watch and protect. But as luck would have it, her daughter fell in love with Oscar.
Yep.
And that didn't go well.
Did not go well, as it turns out. And yes, for those who asked, it is a Paltrow face claim. So he's looking expectantly for your expert advice. And I will note, if her headshot is in this list,
yeah,
that means she wants to leave Germany.
Yeah,
for whatever reason. But you do not. Berlin's big, but she's not. She's putting out her she's auditioning outside of Germany, and you don't know what that might mean, but it does mean something, right? Because if she were having a great time in Berlin, she probably would not be sending her headshot here.
So he's gonna shine it on a little bit here. And he's going to look, and basically, if she's the fourth picture, he would get to 3, get to 4, and basically just drop the rest behind and kind of scoot the others out of the way. And he would flip it around and put it down. It's this one. I need to not see the others.
Give me a persuade.
Can I do my perform?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Because I believe your stunt, right, is that when you're acting as a good German, a good loyal German, then yes, indeed. Mm-hmm. And
this is great.
He says, he looks at this and he goes, you can see that you can tell he bought it. You can tell. You can tell.
And to sell it, to really sell it and kind of sell the room, if there's anybody even watching from a distance for the body language, he would take his hands like this and he would frame them just over her eyes and he would point right there. That the others do not have that. That is love of country. That is trust. That is what we will sell.
And you can also tell that he is wanting to... I have to move that. He's wanting to not give in so quickly, but you know he bought it, right? It's this thing where he doesn't want to seem like he's a pushover, right? That like he wants to sort of give you this sense that he's still like contemplating, but you know. And by the way, you're going to get a boost for that as well, because he does, because you succeeded by so much. You succeeded with style, and so he thinks about it a little bit as well. You say this one, her eyes are very good, but the top one, the number one picture, just look at that one again.
He would take it and he would look at it just enough to, 1, see if he recognizes anybody that's on it, and 2, to see what it is that he's seeing in the top one, because it was put on top. He's pushing the top one. Is it just because she's beautiful, or just because, is it, can he see a reaction from?
She's not that beautiful. She's fine. Like, she's not unbeautiful. I would say she looks to you to be plain, but with a lot of work, right? Like, you also suspect she's a bottle blonde. But clearly the photograph is very expensive. It's a very good photographer, very good lighting. What she's wearing is quite expensive. So everything about it, there's a nice soft focus lens. Everything about it says money. She's also youngish, like maybe 20. Can you give me, let me see. This is a discover action. You probably want to ask a question about her. There are a couple of different skills you could use to ask depending on what you want.
Again, because it's my top skill, I'm going to try to sell the acting, but here's how he's going to try to sell it. I want to look at it and say, basically, on second thought, when I look at this, this one I see, she's not quite there yet, but maybe if she were to be groomed, if we were to bring her here and to show her and teach her, train her to be what, and he again points to Isolde's eyes, what this one has, then we could have two faces of Germany.
So make an acting discovery action.
It's fantastic.
So this is not going to be a particularly difficult role for you because of your history and because of your backstory. Thank you for the banana shirt. That is certainly succeeding with style. You may ask 2 questions about this woman based on your acting, or 1 and take a boost. It's up to you.
I'm going to definitely take a boost, but the
Mhm.
one question that he wants to ask is, he kind of saddles up, and where he was kind of big and grand for the room, to, people
Mhm.
from the corners of
Because
this
it's
room
because
could.
it's open still. Like, so people
Right,
are
right.
listening. They've got their work to do it. People are noting you, right? Like, people are always assessing, and not necessarily in a threatening way, but like, who's the new guy? And like, does the new guy got all that? And so people are just always just paying attention a little bit, not in
Right,
like
and
a spy way, because it's not that kind of office, but uh, just more in a, okay, but like, who's our guy? Yeah.
exactly, and Oscar is playing his physicality as a way to show, like, not only respect for the person that he's talking to, but also a camaraderie,
Yeah.
and very positive. All the movements are positive and
Mm-hmm.
grand. Nothing
Mm-hmm.
seems that he's not curling in on himself,
Mm-hmm.
or
Mm-hmm.
trying to upstage. He's always deferring to his superior.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that would watch would think that, the chief was saying brilliant things.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So what is the question you would like about this woman? You can ask
Uh,
anything that would be related, like who she is, what do you know about her, anything,
that's
anything,
Yeah.
anything you want.
So with these grand gestures, he would stop them, and then he could saddle up as what is respect, nothing that would be impolite or rude, but he would still saddle shoulder up with his superior. No, I do see it. How do you know this one? Where did you find her?
And he's sort of looking at it, and as he's sort of pondering how to answer this question, uh, you remember her. You remember her. She looks a little different than the last time you saw her. She doesn't know you at all. But you were in the audience when she was in a play, and this must have been 2 years ago, not long ago at all, actually, in Berlin. Um, she was the lead. She was the lead in this play. She was 18 at the time, probably. Brunette then. Brunette then. She just, looks like maybe she's had a little bit of plastic surgery done, perhaps, to sort of try to make her seem a little bit better, or perhaps like her hairline's a little bit different, so she's had some work done. But you remember she had a stage name that was probably a little bit too ridiculous, like a little. It was like, Greta, and it was like this kind of like very. It was like, like Greta, like Greta Bauer, like the most German name ever. But like, you didn't buy it, and you remember she wasn't very good, actually. She was not good. It was theater, and she couldn't project. She didn't. She was stiff. She was wooden. She really didn't. She didn't move around the stage well. And you recalled it was odd that she was a big part. She was the lead. She really should not have been. There were other people on the stage who were much better than she was, and they were not. And
So armed with this knowledge, he
yeah,
would know that she is accustomed to getting roles that she is not qualified for.
you suspect that she's
Right.
probably somebody's daughter, somebody important, but you were like,
Oh
oh,
no, great.
but you're like, oh, like that was like the sense that she's some party official's daughter, like somebody high ranking and important, their daughter, who wants to be an actor, and has not been getting the parts that she wants, and so maybe they're trying to ship her out here, perhaps. But she was not very good when you saw her.
Then he would say, no, this one, yes. She has Germany, but we can teach her to be Germany.
And because of that sort of amazing role, sort of dealing with your boss, you know that he agrees with you that the other one is probably better. You know it. You have convinced him, but you also can tell that he's clearly under some kind of pressure to go with this one. But you have been very convincing, and you know he doesn't want to do it, right? Like, you know that he thinks that your choice is better, and he's been swayed by you, and he's just trying to figure out the best way to get to yes, if that makes any sense, right? Like, he wants to do what you want him to do, and he wants to do it. He's just trying to figure out the best way to do it.
Then to sell it, he would say, sisters, there must always be family. That is the Reich. And we can show that.
Hmm.
Sisters, when you speak of family and you speak of those that have grown together, it might be sisters that they see, but it might be two countries that they end up feeling. Germany, France.
All right. Good. That will work. And you can tell he means that in a political way, and not he means that in a different way. Because, okay, I need you. You're in charge of writing the script. I know you can do this. You're a writer. I want you to write the script. Something about sisters, about maybe lost sisters. Something like maybe I leave it to you, but maybe something like war tears them apart. It could be a metaphor for the friendship between France and Germany as they come back together. Something. I trust you to do this. Whatever you need. Make a good script. I will send back to Berlin. We'll have both of them come in. We'll have them. It'll be good. We'll make sure we'll have some French actors as well in other parts. There's a father or whatever. But or we'll think about it. Oh, maybe we can get one of the American actors for one of the villains or something like this. That might be good as well. Yeah. But I will leave this to you. This is your project. This is big. We'll make sure you have a budget. I think this should be a musical. I think that people will like some music. It'll lull them in. So if you need whatever you need for this, I imagine we can get permission to have light jazz as well, but probably framed sort of villainously. But that will get in the young people. So this project is your film. It's yours. You do what you need.
So arrangement was just on the radio.
Yes.
The composer, the ones that scored, are they available?
I can call back to Berlin and ask about this, but if whatever you need for this project, it is yours. If I cannot find it, also, I know there are a lot of jazz people here in France and Paris, so
he would turn his nose up at that. So the jazz around here is tainted and impure. I would like to have mine come straight from the fatherland.
Good. I will get the names of those people and we'll give them to you. Look, there's some thinking that the best way to pacify a nation is through its media. And that the people want entertainment that will make them feel good, feel happy, will make them forget all of this outside. So we want something that they can go and sit in the theater, see all of the beauty, all of everything that is wonderful, and then when they leave, maybe they cry a little bit in the film. They will not have energy to fight. There are too many people fighting in the street, so this will be your project. Make us a film, a musical film that will make them forget all of their troubles. Make them love Germany as a friend. So, what you need, you will get. I will have other people deal with the small things, other things for you, but I will say that you have friends. You have friends in Berlin who've spoken well and highly of you. And some of them are jealous that we have you and they don't. But I will not let you go to waste. So
he would kind of snap with each of those, and he would even venture, even though this is a little bit of what he is writing up as weakness for this particular character, but he would say, I will not let you down.
No, of course not. Please note you have freedom to tour the film studios. I'll make sure your name is there. Travel about, get whatever you need for like locations. If there's a house that you need, we can just confiscate it. If there's something that would be important for your filming, if you want to do whatever you want to do, I leave it to you. Your professors at university said you're very good with all of this. So whatever you need, if you need something confiscated, we will confiscate it from people. If there's a car that you need that belongs to someone, we will just take it and have it. Just to see what they have. They'll be, whenever you want to go there to the studios, you can have whatever you need. But this, if we do this, we can write our own tickets. Stands up and he puts his hand out to shake your hand.
Oh, he would definitely take it.
And then he, of course, gives the Hitler salute. Heil Hitler.
He would return it.
Welcome. And he dismisses you so that you may do whatever sort of film magic that you will do. Meanwhile, across town, across town. Tango. You have been... There was a message left for you that your good friend wants to meet.
Okay.
Your very good friend.
Okay. Sigmund?
Oh, yes. Oh,
Of course
yes.
it's Sigmund.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Okay.
There is a brothel that you know.
Mhm.
The little bird that he is sort of like the place where he has private conversations. And he wants you to meet him there. It's early, so it won't be open just yet. But he has word.
Okay. So I will meet them there at the specified time.
When you cross town, right, in this sort of deep, deep, heavy snow, it's cold, it's freezing, and there are people about. Clearly, there's a bit of tension in the city because of the bombing at Pearl Harbor. No one's really
Yeah.
quite certain what that means. Apparently, the United States has just declared war on Japan, so that's something.
Right. There's a lot of tension. There's probably a lot of, I don't know, even Germans are kind of going,
Mhm.
I
What does this
wasn't
mean?
expecting the Americans to jump in.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say this on my way in, I am going to grab like 2 coffees because it's early, right?
Yeah, you know it's not going to be real coffee. It's
No,
going to be a
no,
fake
no,
coffee.
no. This is all for I'm going to go meet a friend in case anyone tries to stop me or do something, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I'm getting 2 fake coffees.
They're
I'm
like
actually,
they're like it's like chicory. It's like weak hot water with some
yeah.
color.
And whatever the equivalent of a bagel is in
Croissant.
France at this point, like a croissant. Yeah, I'm gonna get a croissant. I would love to. I would just love to think that even the height of everything going shit bad, there's still some decent croissants to be had in Paris.
Oh, there
Just
are.
please give me that. Just give me
But you
that
have to have
one.
a lot of money.
Mm.
Regular people are probably not going to get a lot of that.
All right. Well then,
But you know, you've
I
got
know
some
people.
resources. You've got
I got some
resources.
resources.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to have a couple
Mm-hmm.
croissants in the bag because
Mm-hmm.
I also think that that's a great way to buy off some Nazi soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just money.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Mm-hmm.
it's food.
Money is not super helpful if there's nothing to buy.
Right. So anyway, so he's gonna have like 2 croissants and 2 in a bag, and he's gonna have like his 2 coffees, and he's just gonna be like doing his best to look as. I mean, he is nervous too, but he's got a lot of other stuff. Like he's just gonna pretend to be as nervous as anybody else in the street, and just walk to his location.
Would you like to make me deception?
Yeah,
Just a deception, if you would mind.
deceive.
Mm-hmm. Let me just see how that goes. Superb.
Yeah.
Superb. And that is great. You're having a lovely time. That was like a difficulty of a 3, which you succeed by 2. It's not success. It's not a success with with style, but you completely make that. But this is what I would tell you.
Did a great acting job. Oscar would be real happy for me.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
I'm gonna mess with you, but don't worry about it. You succeeded. So
We asked for it.
it's gonna be I'm just gonna give you a fake out, so it's fine.
Okay.
I'm just giving you the fake out, but I'm letting you know.
Okay.
So as you're walking down the street, it's heavy, it's dark. You've got some people standing on the street corner, waiting, sort of just loitering, as it were. And you're walking. You've got your bag. You've got your coffee. You've got the posture down.
Mhm.
And as you're walking down the street, you see 4 Nazi guards, armed, of course, on patrol. The patrols are heavy at this point. And they are coming your way. You're cool. And as you're coming to the corner, you hear it. They're behind you, and you hear them go, "Halt!" You there! What do you do?
I halt.
You halt, and you hear them running. They're coming very quickly. You hear their boots in that kind of muffled snow. And
I'm going to turn around and I'm going to put my hands up with the coffee in one hand, like the dual coffees in one hand and a bag of croissants in the other, and just put my arms up.
And as you put your arms up, they, like thunderous herd, pass right by you to somebody that was where you were going.
Ooh.
And if you look, there are these two teenagers standing, talking to each other on the corner. And these guards grab them and start yelling. And they say, "You know there is no standing in the streets. Anyone who's loitering is probably an enemy." And they grab these two young men, one of whom his hair is a little bit long, and they punch him in the stomach. And they start yelling, "Are you one of these communist traitors?" And you can tell that these guards are highly stressed out. They are highly stressed out because any given moment, some communists might just shoot them on the street, because that has been what's happening.
Yeah.
They can't just go out and have a nice time anymore because somebody might be lurking to shoot them. And at this point in time, if you are lurking at all or loitering at all, they are like, if you're not moving.
Why do you do this to me? Okay,
I don't know.
So how many guards are there?
4. And 2 teenagers who look to you. I mean, they're wearing coats, right? Because it's cold. But they are wearing these kind of long coats with like a little bit over, like there's a fabric shortage as well. Everything's fabric's rationed. Leather is rationed. A lot of people now can't wear leather shoes. They're wearing like cardboard shoes. And these kids are wearing basically jazz clothes. You can tell because they've got their little umbrellas with a little duck. Like they're zazoos, and you can tell, and they're staying on the corner, smoking a cigarette, not walking, but loitering, standing, and that is not okay.
I'm going to come out and...
By the way, you have a... yeah, go ahead.
I know. I just want to go and tell you full well, I do have my my gun is in arm's reach at all times at this point in the game. Carefully hidden. We can figure that out however you want to figure it out, but probably in a back pocket or something, you know. I'm going to approach these guards as they don't know I'm coming up. They're busy with the kids, and I'm going to be like, "Oh, hello, we do not need, I am sure they do not, I know these kids, they are just kids, huh? Hey, how about you two? You want some coffee? And would you like some croissants, huh? Everyone, this is a trying time, huh? With the news out there. Can you believe it,
huh? I have a question for you.
Go.
I feel like you are causing trouble for yourself. I feel like you have just given me a self-compel, that you have just walked into a situation that will cause you trouble because you want a fate point for me. I feel like that's what you're doing right now. Am I wrong?
Well, did we already agree that we're playing fate point chicken?
Yes, I believe we did. Why don't I give you a fate point in that case?
All right, give me a fate point.
I will.
And I'm telling you right now, what I'm trying to do, obviously, you can see it. I'm just trying to diffuse the situation, let these kids go. And I'm trying to, these 4 Nazis, I'm just trying to get them to just fuck her off, really. So,
but you took a fate point, so it's going to be worse than that. So that's...
I am sure. And I'm just gonna go like, look, I got these croissants. It's a good day for it. You don't see these very, very often, huh? So why don't you fine guards just how about you have these? It's a good morning. We all just go off. I'm sure, and I'm gonna look at the kids. Perhaps they have somewhere to be, no? They're just kids, of course, just wanting to gossip like kids do.
As you make this, you don't need to roll because there's a fate point involved. As you make this plea, you imagine that you're doing a very good job, and you probably are. And these 2 teenagers are looking very grateful to you.
Yeah.
The one looks a little confused with maybe perhaps a bit of recognition. Like, do I recognize you? It's a little bit of a question with these kids. The guards, however, do not at all seem convinced by this. And the one in front looks at you and goes, papers.
Oh. Of course, papers. Do you mind holding these for me as I get the papers out of my hands? I'm a bit of... I do not have all the hands I need to get the papers out of my back pocket, of course.
And the minute you hold out the croissants and coffee, you can see them all tense up, as if, like, it might be a bomb. Like, there's clearly this kind of tension. And one of them, who's not the one who's talking to you, sort of steps over and takes them as if they may be radioactive. And, like, very carefully looks to make sure it's not something.
If you would like, I could have half of a croissant. I was really hungry, but you could see me eat it in front of you if you feel like it is a bit poisoned, no?
The one who is not speaking to you just takes your food and starts eating it in front of your face.
Well, what if it was poisoned? That would have been a very bad decision, huh?
And the one goes, are you threatening us?
Oh, I would never threaten you, of course. No, you are friends, huh? You are here to help us, all of us.
Papers.
Of course. Let me get my papers, and I'm going to put my paper. I'm going to take out. Oh my God! Never drink before you go to the game. So I'm going to take out my papers and hold it up. Is everyone looking at me at this point? All four guards?
They're super paranoid. You've got like one looking at the teens, and the rest of the three are looking at you because they find you and your interest in being a do-gooder suspicious. They don't like it at all.
Okay.
And one of them takes your papers. May I get your tradecraft, please?
You can always get my tradecraft, yeah. Oh, no.
Great.
Of course, that's when I roll bad.
I roll a -1, which is not great, but that's okay because I have some fate points. Do I want to use
Do it because
them?
I also have a +2 when forging paperwork.
You do. You're like looking really good at that moment. I don't like it. So they're going to look at your paperwork and they're going to say, put your hands up.
Okay.
And two of them have their rifles trained on you. And I'll just give you this one. I feel like this will be nice. Yeah. And the one who's interacting with you puts his hands on your body to start frisking you, to see if you have anything illegal. You know, like a gun on your person.
Which I do. So can I do something real dumb?
What dumb thing would you like to do?
I forgot about the other piece of the paperwork, huh?
Don't move. You can tell they are very suspicious of you. They're very concerned. They also, like, they're clearly thinking that this whole thing might be an ambush. Like, one of them is looking at those teens. You've got now one of them frisking you, one of them with a gun on you, and the other one who's also has his gun trained on you is like looking around to see if anyone's going to pop out of an alley. Like, there's clearly this whole sense of we've had people shot at.
Can I do something to look at those kids to see if they really are like on the up and up, if they're commies, if they're going to help me in any situation? What would I roll for that?
That would be empathy.
Empathy.
To read people.
Damn.
That's not enough. Would you like to succeed at a major cost?
Is this part of Fate Chicken? I don't think that's part of Fate Chicken.
No, it's not part of Fate Chicken.
So, I like how we have basically the worst drinking game in the world.
Or the best drinking game.
Yeah. I am going to, let me spend a fate point to re-roll. And then...
That's what Fate Chicken's for.
That's what Fate Chicken is for, and you also gave us fate points. So this is how we play. This is how we play Fate Chicken, and I should have just kept walking.
This is how we do it. Yeah, well, but you wanted the fate point, so you did not keep walking.
It's still just a 1.
That is not enough to be able to read them. All you can read really. Actually,
can I invoke my nose for double cross?
Yes, you can. Which will you'd have to spin a. By the way, what did you use to spin that fate point? What was the?
Unlikely leader. I'm trying to lead this situation because then it would be 3 against 4, and I'm a pretty good shot, especially when no one's
expecting it. You need another fate point to get to bring that up to a 3.
Okay. So I will spin that other fate point for nose for a double cross.
Yep.
And I will basically look and say, okay.
You can ask one question.
Okay.
Of these kids.
Oh, all right. My question to these kids are...
It's what you want to know about them. What would you like to know?
I want to know if these kids... hope among hope that these kids are communist and armed. And they are every bit getting what the Nazis thought they were getting into.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That is my hope, and I'm looking at them because otherwise, I don't know why this morning I decided to be such a good Samaritan. But I am fucked right now because they find that gun on me. They are going to kill me.
That is true. I'm gonna give you I'm gonna ask you for something slightly different. I'm gonna give you a different possibility.
Yeah.
Different possibility. So you could spin that fate point to bring your 1 up to a 3, which would allow you to ask a question, i.e., are these kids armed communists?
Yeah.
You could ask that question, and I would give you an answer to that question. Or you could use that fate point in a different way.
I'm interested.
Is
it that I have a grenade on me?
No.
Okay.
I'm not going to say yes to that one, but you can always declare a story detail with a fate point. That is always an option. You have to have an aspect that is relevant, right?
Okay. So I had nose for a double cross.
I would say everyone has an agenda. We know that we are in a city that has had a number of communist youth shooting people in the streets. And that is all part of our everyone has an agenda. Or everything is compromised and it could work as well. You could, if you wanted to, offer to declare a story detail based on those world aspects that these kids actually are armed communists.
I would like to do that, yes, immediately. Because what I want out of this scene is I want to go, and they're going to look at me. A couple of them are looking at me. A couple of them are looking in the alleys. But I want that these kids, these 2 kids, seeing that I have now gotten these, gotten the attention, and I want to basically do that movie moment where I kind of wink at them, and right at that wink is when I'm going to shoot whatever dude in the face that's right next to me, or the guy patting me down.
Yeah.
And I know there's 2 guys with guns trained on, right? My hope is that the kids will get the guys with the gun, and the 4th guy who's looking down the alley will be the other one, right? The guy who's like, we have to deal with him when we deal with him. So I would love to do that, and I can go ahead and roll. Basically, if I have the my first combat attack, I can use my deceive instead of my shoot, which my shoot is only fair.
Yep.
I'm getting in this fight with a fair shoot, and it's 3 against 4.
Yep. So
probably going to be in a hospital right before I even get to Guys Night Out.
By the way, this is very much what happens when you self-compel. When you're like, I am going to antagonize Nazis. It's cool. So I'm going to say that you used your... And again, like, hey, chat, I'm a little bit stricter than some folks. So, for example, he could not have a grenade on him because that makes no sense. They didn't have any. But based on the aspects of the world, these kids definitely could be armed communists waiting to ambush somebody because... That's what's going on.
Is that what was going on?
That's what's going on, and that is now going on.
Also, if they're noticing me, it's because Mama Courage really liked Tango.
Yes, it's true. Or alternately, they used to come to your bar.
Oh yeah.
Right, but either way, that's all sort of in this space. So you are going to start this combat off. Why don't you give me your deceive?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Everybody,
Dear
we're having a
God.
gunfight in the streets of Paris in the middle of the day. We're just gonna have that happen. That's a good. Now you have I assume you have a pistol. Is that correct?
Yeah. It's gonna be a pistol, so it's gonna at this point. It's like I have a button-up shirt that's overlapped everything, and basically the guy is frisking me. I'm just going to point blank, I'm going to take it out of my back, and I'm just gonna, as fast as I can, like whip it out and just shoot him over my over my shoulder, just like as he's like behind me, like frisking me.
Okay.
Again, I give the kids a wink before I did it.
Yep.
And maybe there's a secret communist wink. I don't know if they have that. A communist wink sounds pretty dirty, though. I don't think that's.
It's that you share the winks amongst all the people is what happens with a communist wink. Like you don't have one person with all of the winks. It's really, it's a shared wink. I will note this one thing you have, that you have we're using ammo as an aspect. So you have one aspect which is an ammo which you can use for like a free +2, or if it's a weapon that has automatic fire, which your pistol does not, you could use it as like part of a group. But if you use it, then you have to reload. It's just out there for you. They're going to dodge, is what they're going to do, and that's a 1. So I'm going to ask you: do you want to kill this? You take this person out. You take this person out. Do you want to kill them? Do you want to knock them unconscious? How would you like to take this person out?
No, I think at this point, Tango does not want to. Like, he realized just as he did it, he thought he could just diffuse the situation with some talk. Did not happen. There are 4 soldiers, so in his mind, he's got to shoot to kill, and then they're just gonna jet.
Okay. And
then, so I would love it if he killed him, and then I'd also love it if, at that point, if that soldier had a better weapon, he's gonna go ahead and do like the kung fu thing where he dodges down and sees if starts dual firing and shit.
Grabbing that weapon will be your next turn.
Yeah.
And I'll just note, because if people want to know, we're using weapon ratings. So Tango had a 3 +2 for that pistol, right? Which is like a 5, and that is way more than that soldier has. That's way more than that soldier has. These are like regular soldiers. Who goes next? You get to choose.
I would love it if...
You have the guards. They could go next if you wanted them to go next. You could pick them if you wanted, because they're ready to go.
Sure. But I would love it if the communist kids went.
Are you sure? You sure? Okay.
Yes. I'm not just going to pick every bad decision just because I like the story elements to them. I'm going to try to pick a couple of good ones too. So I would like my new communist kid friends, who we're going to probably get beat and thrown in anything. So they're fighting for their lives.
They are. If you want them to go next, it's fine. If you must. They will be going, as a... if you want. One of them is going to set down is going to sort of pull out like a small automatic weapon, and is going to use his little stunt to put down suppressive fire. So he's going to try to create an advantage right now to do that, because he wants to try to help out. He rolls a 3, which is good. And that will be enough. Versus a 3, it's a boost. So we're going to have basically like 1 round of suppressive fire. It won't last very long, but it's a bonus that you all can use for like your defense or also an attack. So he puts out this spray. This spray of bullets, just sort of like spewing them every which direction, which causes people to panic. Things are also very loud. And our other fellow is going to shoot at one of our Nazi guards just to try to get there. And that was terrible.
Ooh, yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I don't know if that's what I'm talking about, though.
Pretty good so far.
I don't know if I like that.
I don't care if you like it, buddy.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, okay. Well, your other communist...
Think about the children.
Yep. is going to shoot one of those 4 guards, take him out.
Yes.
Right, as these guards are
So now
kind of
we're
trying
at
to find
2.
some kind of cover, right? Because bullets are going everywhere. This one kid sort of pulls out, he's got like it's a gun that's older. It's like somebody's like service pistol from World War I, probably. It probably reminds you a little bit of Jules' father's gun. And sort of just pulls this out, and he looks around to see these guards who are now sort of bringing their weapons up, panicking a little bit, and just like runs up right up close to one of them and just like shoots him a couple of times in the chest. And this fellow starts bleeding right from his neck. There's just blood everywhere, just sort of pouring out of him. And the kid, if you don't mind, I'm going to have to roll for him, sees this, what he's done. He's killed someone, and there's blood everywhere. He thought it would be easy to do this, but you can see the color drain from his face as he fails that will check pretty badly, and he drops the gun, and his fingers are shaking, his hands are shaking as he sees this guard fall on the ground, and the blood spill all over the snow, just red everywhere, and you can see he's freaking out, this communist kid. The only other people who have left to go in this round would be the soldiers.
Yeah.
And they're going to also go.
And then the other communist cell that is lurking in the alley.
That's a 3.
No,
That's
no,
a 3
no.
for them as a group.
Okay.
And they both are going to use... they'll use their ammo to make this an area attack against all of you.
Okay.
So that's a 3. If you might roll your athletics to defend.
I was having trouble finding my athletics, so that's because it's not even a thing I'm
Yeah.
good at.
Yeah.
So.
That's dodging. Some athletics.
Well,
The roll from communists. Ooh, terrible. Okay.
oh no.
Uh-huh.
Oh nosies.
Oh, nosies.
Does that mean I'm dead?
No, not yet. I just want to ask if you want to do anything about this. Right now, they're at a 6 and you're at a -2, which is an 8. You'd have to soak 8 physical shifts.
Yeah, I can't do that though.
You can. You're going to have to take consequences.
I mean, I have to push some other consequences aside, right? No, actually, I don't think I have any consequences right now.
You do not, but I will note.
So,
I will note. There is suppressive fire, which you can take as a free, because it's that your communist friend put that suppressive fire out, so you can take that as a +2,
okay.
which would bring you up to a
So-
0.
Here's what I'd like to do. No, I lied. I don't know what I'd like to do. Okay, so
I would say
let's do this.
Take
Let's do
that,
the suppressive hot fire.
yeah,
and
take
then
that
I'm
for
gonna
a
take,
+2. Yeah.
I'm just going to take it.
Would you like to spend some fate points? Do you have anything that would allow you to dodge better right now?
I'm already out of fate points, so unless
Well, there
you
are
wanna
group
use
fate
one of the
points.
yeah. I don't have anything that would allow me to dodge, other than like never trust Tango. If you want me to do something that's like I could just re-angle that stealth or deception to in a certain way.
Well, your high concept is you're a SOE trained roguish American
Yeah,
black marketeer.
exactly.
SOE
Right.
training means that you're pretty good at, getting away from fire. That would
Okay.
be right.
Yeah, Greg, can I use that because I might die here?
You won't die.
Buddy, you can burn through anything that I have. Whatever I have is yours.
All right, because we totally did this on ourselves. We're only like an hour in. All right, so I'm going to burn that, and I am going to use SOE training. So basically, that ups it a little bit more.
So you're at a 2,
Yeah.
and you have to. That means you're gonna have to soak 4. Unless
Okay,
you can.
So that's a moderate.
It is.
All right. Well, I'm gonna do a moderate. So I would say that I get shot. How about if I'm shot multiple times, but they're all like
Yeah.
they're not lethal.
Yeah. Yeah.
So multiple shots.
Yeah, you've got like you get shot multiple times, probably like a shoulder, chest, midsection, like
nipping me in certain areas, but it still hurts and it's still real bad because you still
and you're bleeding.
Shot.
Yeah. And they kill the other kid. That other kid just is dead. And there's one last communist kid who also dies because I'm not spending fate points to help them.
So both of those kids are dead that I tried to help.
Both those kids get gunned down in front of your face, by the way, that you tried to help. It's your turn.
How many Nazis are left? Two?
Two.
This is what happens when I try to be helpful in the morning. Okay. This, yeah, Minx Coldrake. This escalated real fast.
That was on you.
That was on me. You're right.
I'm just saying, Nazis are really stressed out right now. They're just very stressed out right now.
And they are. Let me get a idea of the scene. So are they now behind cover and things like that? They're trying everyone gets all real fast.
Yeah, you're right out in the middle of the street. Do you know what I mean? Like you're like in the middle of the street. You're like near an alley. You're not too far from the brothel. But when that kid started putting out his like small submachine gun fire, they were like trying to like crouch and lay low. But you're all just right in the street, right next to each other.
Okay, but you didn't mention there was an alley.
Yes.
So what I'd like to do is start running down that alley. And I would like to, I'm going to just use my shoot as I'm doing that. Mostly just to like, I'm going to start, how about this? I'm going to start shouting out, snipers, take your shot. Snipers, take your shot. And that kind of thing. Like really make these guys think that there's something else going on. So if I can, instead of shoot, like if I could use a deceive, I would love to deceive them to think that this is when the ambush kicks in.
Also, just side note, they have your paperwork. They have your idea.
They have Pierre's paperwork.
They have Pierre's paperwork. Just put it out there.
I make paperwork for breakfast. I don't give
you
a
do.
shit.
You do. Give me a deceive. All right,
So
that's great. They have really good empathy. Not that good.
Not good enough.
Not good enough. You do have on them. You put the consequence that they are now sort of looking for snipers, right? So they're looking for snipers, and you have a free invoke on that one. That's an advantage you have.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is lose them in the alley, like in this chase scene, where they're going to be.
Would you like to spend a fate point?
Would I like to spend a fate point? For what?
Well, this is a chase.
Yeah.
This is a chase, and to win a chase, you need to get 3 successes over them. And you, by succeeding this one, get 1.
Okay.
But if you use a fate point, you get 2.
I will use a fate point. Now I just need to succeed one more time?
Yes. You do. They, however, they're going to try to get you. This is what they're going to do. And let's take us to a different screen, shall we? Where are they? Where is it? Since you brought it up, let's just go here. Why don't we do it? Because there we go. You spend 2. By the way, what did you spend that? What was your justification for that fate point? What lets you?
Here we go. My friends are my world, and that's because I saw some kids get gunned down.
Yeah.
They were communists. I was trying to do my best to just be a good Samaritan, and now I'm realizing that the totality of my actions caused them to die. Now they were probably dead, to be honest. They were probably dead anyways. But now I'm getting shot, and I have my friends I have to look after, and if I'm dead, I can't help them.
Okay. They have used all of their ammo. They sprayed bullets everywhere, so they're going to just have to chase you. They're going to try to chase you down. One is going to chase you. One is going to reload his gun. Is what's going to happen. Which is going to.
So we got one stopping, reloading your gun.
Which is going to
actually yelling me.
Which is going to split them. It's going to split the party, as it were. That is a fair, which is a 2. You do not have to defend this because they have to just basically make a 3, which they did not do, but I will spend that fate point. I'm going to spend one of my fate points. I don't have many, but I will spend one. And that is that they are defending the fatherland, which is going to get him to a 4, which will get him a success. Okay. So that he's up on you. It is you. You are running.
So I'm running.
They've got
running through the alleys.
They're concerned about snipers.
Yeah.
You have got that aspect on you. They think there's snipers around. One of them is trying to chase you down. The other one is trying to reload so he can just shoot you. There's snow everywhere. There's blood on the snow. There are these dead bodies in the street. He's trying to sort of get you and slow you down. What are you going to do? How are you going to try to get out of this?
I am going to...
You're heading down this back alley. You have got on you. You've got things. You have got an aspect. You've got an advantage where they think there's snipers going on. There's snow everywhere. They're out of bullets. Yeah. What are you gonna do?
All right. You tell me. I think this looks cool because I'd love it if there was a moment where, and this is actually bad because I'm going to paint a picture that's kind of bad for me. But you're a DM, so you
I am. I'm ready.
Shit, right?
I'm ready.
Like this is.
I'll just note. Normally, it's athletics to run away from people. Just gonna note it.
I get it, and athletics is not my bag. So what I'd like to do is one of two things. I'd like to turn around a corner, and it's kind of an empty corner, but there's snow piled up, right? And I'd love to just jump in the snow with a stealth.
Okay.
Or, I mean, I think that's pretty good.
Yeah.
My stealth is not that great.
Yeah.
By the way, it's just. Or I hide around the corner and I just hold up my gun and I shoot him.
Well, if you're trying to escape, then you're gonna you can use your stealth to try to hide in the snow. That's good.
Yeah, let me do that because I think that's aesthetically pleasing to me. Oh, come on.
You need to succeed with style. If you succeed with style, then you will beat him by 3 and you will escape.
That's a mediocre.
It's not great. It's not great. He ties you.
Okay.
So.
But what if? But I can invoke, right? So what does that do for me? Would that put me where I need to be?
Yes.
That's a 2, isn't it?
It is.
A
The question, you could be it's very easy. You say, okay, well, they're freaking out about the sniper, right? So they're not going to be as they won't see you very well.
Yeah, he turns the corner and and there's basically some bloody snow around everywhere. But my blood is going everywhere, right? But I pile myself inside of snow like a snowman. And this guy is real worried about some snipers too. And this looks like a place that snipers would perch and do their thing. So if I can invoke the snipers, that's what I would like to do.
Here's the thing. You've got one problem. That works, but that takes you to 2 versus the 0. If you want to make out right now, you need 1 more.
Right.
Which means you need that last fate point.
Yeah, that last fate point. Which, man, I'm going to be honest.
If you do it, you will...
is there one more fate point out there?
There is. There's one last fate point.
I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do that fate point, and this is going to be... yeah, this is going to be the... like another nose for a double cross.
Yeah.
Where this looks every bit like where
this looks like a double cross.
I took you here in order for you to get shot.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So
yes.
So I want this to freak the guard out to where he goes nope, and he nopes right off.
You careen around the corner, as you said. You dive into the snowbank, as you said. You make sure it looks, maybe you kick some snow so it looks like there are a lot of people here at one point in this dark alley.
Yeah.
You're bleeding. And you can hear, it's distant, but you can hear that other soldier finishing reloading. It's got a full magazine. You know it. You know it.
Mm-hmm.
And this other soldier runs and skids around the corner, just as you knew, looks and sees. And you're in a space where you can see him a little bit. And you can tell that he's actually wearing some protective clothing. And he skids to a stop right at the mouth of this alley. It's like another little blind alley. So, because this is like a lot of these kind of like inner labyrinth where like people throw trash and that kind of stuff. And
just to paint the picture from my perspective too, I've got my gun and I'm just like crunching it through the snow, trying to angle it where I can as my like final, like if he sees me, I'm going to just Dillinger escape plan this. Let's go.
You poke it just a little upwards, right? It's just trailing a little bit. And this soldier looks and you can tell that his hackles are up. When he sees this second blind alley and he sees it looks real bad and he heard there was a sniper and he just steps back out of all the sight lines because it looks like a real double cross. And he says, you can hear the guard back there going, do you see him? Do you see him? And you hear him say, no, he escaped. And he just backs out of the alley because he doesn't want to get shot by snipers. And like, you can hear him jogging back to this guard.
Okay.
And you can, it's now it's muffled with this as the snow is beginning to fall again. And you can tell that they're like having a discussion about what to do. And they've got to call in people, but they move back because somebody does not want to die. And you are left alone in this alley. You can't be here for long as you bleed. But you escaped them and they are going to be waiting for backup, clearly.
Right. So
can I get a will roll?
I've been meaning to put that will up. You know, just been meaning to. Just meaning to.
I would like a will roll, if you do not mind. That's a 2. That's a fair. Let's have a discussion, you and I, about this.
Okay.
In the beginning times, I would have told you what the difficulty was for that, sort of for dealing with that violence. But it is not the beginning times. This is not your first kill. You have killed before. But this was not just that you killed someone. I don't know how much you care about that so much, but these 2 kids who are 18 maybe died.
Yeah, they died because of me.
And I want to know, how difficult is that for you emotionally?
I think as he's laying there, like covered in snow, freezing and bleeding out, he just closes his eyes and he doesn't take it well.
It's not lethal, right? You're bleeding, but you're not going to die.
Yeah, I'm not going to die. I know this, but those kids are dead.
Yeah, they are.
And those kids are dead. Now,
you said that's
I think he knows intellectually. So I don't think it's like I would think it's a great. I think he knows intellectually that those kids were probably dead anyways for just loitering.
Yeah. Well, they probably would have been arrested is what would happen. They probably would have been arrested. And then held.
And yeah.
And then shot as hostages, probably, if anything happened. Because that's what's happening. They're just rounding up people.
Yeah, he knows that. But it's different when you and because we know now that they were communists, and they were going to probably try to do this shit anyways. So it's not like this epic thing where he's just going to have a meltdown, but it's just like how many more people are going to die and how many more people are going to die because of him.
So I think you're right. I feel like that's a great challenge for you psychologically. You rolled a 2, so take 2 stress.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, I already had 2 stress.
You had 2 physical. This is 2 mental.
Oh, right, mental.
So-
All right, so I've done it.
Yeah.
Done it.
You
I'm taking 2 mental.
you're fine.
I have 2 physical, 2 mental, and I have a mild, so I'm not doing great. But I'm here.
Where do you go? We're supposed
From
to be Sigmund.
here,
By the
yeah,
way, the
I'm still gonna
coffee,
do that.
the coffee and the croissants are just in the bloody sand, bloody snow.
Yeah. Well, they've already left and they're going to call for backup. I'm not going that direction. So I'm going to take the alley corridors and I'm going to still find my way over to Sigmund. Just close your eyes and go, right? And he's just going to carry himself there.
You make it into the Little Bird. It's during the day, so it's closed. It's not open for business. I mean, it's open, but it's not open for business. When you make your way in, you knock to wait a little bit before someone answers. It's the bouncer. You've seen him before. He sees you and he pulls you into this place with an alarm. And he calls out, Ziggy, it's the other boss. And Sigmund comes down from upstairs. You see some of the women who work there, and you know they're like probably Czech. They're from out east. You had made all of these fake IDs for them so that they were officially French and not French. You spent time actually last season sort of making sure that people who are working here could work here.
Yeah.
And one of the women comes up and she is going to try to treat your bandages. She is not
trained in it.
She is not trained in it at all.
Yep.
So she does not. But she will bandage you so you can clear that physical stress. She will bandage you. And Sigmund will come with a quickness, and he will see you with shock, and he goes, Tango, what are you doing? What happened to you?
I need whiskey. Quickly. I tried to be. I just try to be good again. Just try to be good.
He snaps.
And then I got bullets in me.
Somebody comes in with whiskey, brings you whiskey.
Thank you.
And he goes to the phone. And he makes a call. And he goes, yeah, the new one? Yeah, I need you to send him a message. Yep. Tell him it's not been here. Tell him that his dance partner broke her foot. And he stops. This was on the street, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Broad daylight.
Yep. Okay.
On the street.
Yep.
So find 2 croissants and 2 real bad coffees.
No. Okay. Tell him that we need Germans. Tell him that his dance partner broke his foot and is resting at the Little Bird. Make sure that he gets the message himself. Tango, tell me something that I can say in this message that will make your friend, the German one, the one who's got connections, believe that it is you.
Oh.
I need something.
Do they know it's me?
Yeah.
He knows it's me?
Yeah. You're the very muscular one. The one who's
I know.
pretending to be propaganda. Yeah, tell me.
Yeah. Tell him that poker night's been moved.
Poker night's been moved. Okay. So tell him poker night's been moved. You're going to have to drop this off. You know what to do. You know what to do. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Meanwhile, across town, Holgar's in his office, right? Working on his script, perhaps. I don't know what you're doing. And as you sit there working and the business is as it is normal, everything is fine. Marie comes into the office with a bit of a slightly strange air about her. She's moving smoothly, as if nothing is in a rush, but she's got a slightly strange energy about her. Also, she seems a little... There's a weird vibe about her, is what I'm going to say. There's a weird vibe. That's all I can say. You have to think about how to read that, but there's a weird vibe about her. And she just comes up to you and she goes, Captain Leixner, and she's trying to assess you. She's going to make a roll. She's going to make an empathy on you. I'm going to need a deceive.
Can I do my acting here if I'm acting like a good German? Okay. That's great.
That is a fail. When you make a discover action and you fail, you can either succeed at a major cost, or the person that you were trying to get information about can ask a question of you. And I'm not going to spend a fate point because I only have one left. And she does not want to succeed at a major cost because this is her workspace. And so I give the question to you. You may ask a question about her.
Is she trustworthy as it pertains to Holgar? Or is she somebody that would, I don't know, spread gossip?
I'm going to restate your question because I want to make sure I have the question exactly correct.
Sure.
The question is she trustworthy for Holgar Leixner? Is that correct?
Correct.
That is the question you want to know.
That is the question.
No. She is not. I mean, I don't know if Holgar Leixner would probably not want to trust her completely. She does not seem in this moment to be completely loyal to the Reich, is how I would phrase that.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
You asked.
What's her name again?
Marie Carhold. You asked if she was, if Holgar Leixner could trust her, and I think the answer would be no. Holgar Leixner would not want to trust her completely.
But Oscar now.
That was not what you asked.
I understand.
Oscar, perhaps, yes. Holgar, no. And she's trying really hard to read you. It's this moment where you can tell she's walking in and trying to assess Holgar because she seems to be getting somewhat perhaps mixed information, and she's trying to figure out you, and you can tell that she can't read you. You look so loyal, such a good German that she hesitates.
Then instead of going with the barking kind of aggressive answer that Oscar was going to give in the Visage of Holgar, he will instead get that momentary read off of her as he kind of engages her.
And she has a piece of paper in her hand.
And then he wouldn't soften and completely change his outlook, but he would add a little bit more warmth into his voice as he would just ask, Marie? And just raise his eyebrow a bit.
You can tell this situation makes her uncomfortable, and she doesn't quite know. She's been given instructions, but she doesn't know if she should follow through with them. As she stands there, this sort of late 40s, slightly dumpy British Hausfrau secretary with a note.
Then he would walk up to her and kind of put his hand out with the palm and say, I am not one who kills the messenger.
Can I get a rapport from you? As she's like
inches
from handing this to you.
My rapport sucks.
It's terrible.
It's terrible.
Would you like to succeed at a major cost?
I would not.
Are you sure? Would you like to know what it is?
Point.
It's not a fake, but would you like to know what the major cost is?
Sure, sure. I'll always hear you out.
She will believe you and she will trust you. She will give you the note. And of course, she will not say anything at this moment. But I think that in this case, it's like a minor consequence for this. I think what you're going to get in this moment is that she is going to think there's something suspicious about you.
She doubts me.
She will doubt you. And she is going to... How do I put this? This is going to sound worse than it is, especially because you're paranoid, but she's going to think that you are more than you appear to be. And she's
okay,
going to...
is this like a new aspect sort of in our relationship?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
okay, this is something that I could invoke later positively, though, correct?
Yes. It'll be a consequence that she thinks that you are not who you appear to be, right? She doesn't know, but basically she thinks you're more than you seem. And that would be like a little too mild consequence, where she's basically suspicious about you as Holgar Leixner. She's going to want to find out a bit more about that. She's not going to like tell anybody, but there's going to be a little consequence where she's like, I don't know about you, right? I don't know about this Holgar Leixner. If you take it.
I'll take it. To hell with it.
All right. Mild consequence. And she hands this to you, this note, and she says, Captain Leixner? Phone message. And she hands it to you, and you can tell she believes you're Holgar Leixner, but you're getting a message from somebody that she knows, and she doesn't think Holgar Leixner would get a message from somebody that she knows. So maybe there's something more about you, and she's a little suspicious. She sort of nods, steps aside out of your office, out of your area. But the kind of jokiness that she's always done before, a little bit of flirtation, drops a bit as she's clearly feeling a bit vulnerable or suspicious. And she goes back to her desk, a little bit curious about this new man. And when you open up the note, it says, your dance partner has broken his ankle. He's waiting for you at the Little Bird. Poker night has been moved.
Oscar,
and that comes to you at your office from this secretary.
He doesn't want to make a bigger deal of this than what it would be. Storming out and saying, who wrote this or where did you get this?
And she's watching you. Mm-hmm. She's watching to see what your reaction is. She's clearly like, there's a tension here, right? Because she does not know how you're going to respond. And she is on edge. Let's put it that way. Because she does not know she just handed you a note and she doesn't know what you're going to do with it. And she's watching. Other people are just going about their business because people give phone messages all the time. But she is a little stressed out.
He's going to turn the wheel into this sort of dynamic that he and Marie are having here right now. And he will pull out a cigarette and he will put it to his lips, light it. He will light the note on fire and drop it in the waste paper basket. She
goes back to typing. The minute that happens, she just goes back to typing.
And he would walk by, and as he's smoking, he would just say, Marie, hold all of my calls.
Of course, she says. Still trying to figure you out, but a little bit less stressed. As you leave. Where do you go? You know this brothel because it's Tango's brothel. It's the brothel where his people go?
We can't go there as Holgar. So he would, whatever's, I think I know the answer to this already, but I think the flower shop is closer to where I am currently.
Yeah, it's very close. It's very close.
So yeah, he would go to the flower shop and, in through the back as his protocol to make sure that he doesn't go in this flower shop all the time as Holgar, go into the back and then come out as Oscar. With it cold, he has his scarf kind of up as he comes out.
And when you go in, you know that Luke's mother, Marie, not Maria, who's the secretary, she's out front and she's just keeping the shop. The flower stall is out, which means you know that Luke is traveling with this sad flower stall in the middle of like a big snowstorm, trying to get some kind of like sales, but also like peeping. It's probably really embarrassing because you all did not do well with getting flowers. So you're like very, very your supplies are limited. But he's out. Sylvie's not in. She's probably doing something. She's probably, you don't know what but she makes contact with unless you wanted to ask where she was, but she's not in. So it's mostly just Marie who's there at the up front.
Yeah, Oscar is very glad that Sylvia's not in because he doesn't have to lie to her about this very odd cryptic tango note that he received.
That maybe she may not want to know about. I don't know. She might freak out. So she sometimes does that.
Right. This is a duck in, change your clothes, and duck out. He would give, because at this point, I'm pretty sure he knows Marie, Luke's mom, pretty well because so he would just come in and, maybe just like lean over her shoulder while she's doing something and like kiss her cheek. And,
she squeezes your arm. You saved her life. And she has never forgotten that. And she always has a warmth around you. Always. She's often a little tired looking, but it's whenever you're around, she always squeezes your arm if she can. It's always this kind of little bit of it's like a thank you, but it's also so let's support our troops kind of a thing. Like it's this little gesture that she does to just let you know that she sees the things that you're doing and the things you have done. And it's about her son, and it's about her, and it's about you as this very comforting figure, for her at least. I know that Oscar can be very scary when he wants to be, but for her, she remembers what you did that night, and that you, for her, is a kind of, you are you know this about her, that you are stability for her. Like your physicality is a kind of a gentle stability for her, even though she's seen what you've done with it, right? And so there's something that she doesn't say a lot, always, because she never knows how much you can say, what you can say, and it's clearly the dynamic's a little bit complicated. She doesn't really know exactly what everything is, what your relationship with other people, but she always takes that moment when you come in to just make sure you stop for a second, and she squeezes your forearm, and she gives you a little smile every time you walk in.
Then what he would do if he would have added to something to this by this time. So if he would kind of lean over her and kiss her on the cheek and she'd squeeze his arm for a second, he would do that just slow movement from, like, if she's sitting there working, he would kind of pull her up and they would just dance for a second as he would just back and forth as he kind of holds on to her. And he would say what he always says. And he just lean down, and as he kisses her and pulls back, he would say, "Such rhythm."
She would laugh. And she goes, I have 2 left feet.
Not in my eyes.
And she'd blush again, as she always does. And she says, I just wanted to let you know we have no new orders for today, but Sylvia has gone off, I think, to meet with the... She stops, as if it's just that little paranoia, but there's nobody in the shop, so it's okay. To meet with the chief of police. She says he sent her a note.
He would just nod, receiving the information. Do not worry, you did not see me today. I just stopping in briefly. Don't have to tell anyone of the Regina Sylvie. I was just in and out. No worries.
And then a look of concern passes her face as if something occurs to her that just popped into her head. She hesitates for a second, and then she goes, "Oh, I know you're busy, but, and she just puts her hand on your shoulder. Do you think you might, maybe later, was Luke in the bunker last night? I know that he, has been staying there, recently, is supposed to be staying at home."
This is all, I'm assuming, bullshit because he has not been staying.
He's not been staying at the bunker.
Yeah, the bunker search look like this last night.
Yes, last night.
So I was at because I assume he was at the apartment. Like he was not at the bunker.
He was.
I cannot say for sure.
Oh. Would you do you think that maybe you and Tango might, I don't know, speak with him a little bit?
Sure.
He's been a bit distant. He's been staying at the bunker so often, and I don't know, he's not talking to me as much. So if you would maybe just, I don't know, he's
he would, as he sees her struggling,
Yep.
he would, as they were kind of there, he would take her hand and kind of put it in one of his and cup it with the other one. I will do whatever you ask. The boy is a boy. Just something to remember. It's quickly becoming more than that.
So, if you would just speak with him, and she pats you again, and it's clearly there's something going on in her mind. She's
and then he kind of pats the back of her hand. I will speak to him. And then he would kind of lean down and kiss the back of her hand. And with the hand that's underneath, he would feel her wrist. And with his top hand, as he kisses, he would mimic her heartbeat by tapping with his forefinger on the top of her hand. Such rhythm.
He just hasn't had a good father figure, So if you boys would just speak with him, that would. Thank you. And she, kind of straightens herself back up to sort of get herself back into business, and you can tell she's a little worried about her boy, because it looks like maybe she's not seen him in a little bit. And he did have a hickey that he's been hiding. And so she's not seen him recently, and she's a little bit nervous because she doesn't quite know what's going on, and he's had so there's that nervous, but you said yes, and so she relaxes.
Yeah, he would ease her mind as much as he could. He would just wink and leave. I will speak to him as soon as I see him.
And you go off into the snow. Do you head straight to the brothel?
Again, he is used to having looking to see if he's being tailed or anything like that. So he would take the appropriate precautions and meander a bit in a serpentine pattern.
Yes.
And then ultimately, come to the little bird from a different angle.
Mm-hmm.
All of those good things. But he would get there.
There's a knock. The bouncer, big fellow, huge, looks like a farmer. Do you know what I mean? Like he's big, he's muscular, but he's got muscles that are, it's got a bit of a layer, to him. He brings you in, and you see there he is. There's your dance partner.
Probably covered in gauze.
It's not gauze, really. It's like strips of cloth. Like I imagine that, like she got like sheets, like a bed sheet, and she's wrapped you up.
What happened?
Oh, I tried to be, I think was good. I tried to be good.
Sigmund is in the corner looking disapproving and kind of irritated.
All right. Look,
whereas there are a couple of the women
the
who are,
I had croissants. I had coffee. We were just gonna have a nice chat. Sigmund, you had something for me that I think, right? I'm sorry you got called in. Honestly, I'm fine. I didn't
Yes, you look it.
kill 2 Nazis. There was a group of 4 Nazis. They killed. They killed 2
good.
kids.
You killed 2 Nazis. Good, the war is over.
Yeah, I know, right? Uh,
Just
they
escalating
were
y'all's
harassing
violence.
some kids who were loitering, and I thought I could talk my way out of it. Just tell them the kids are being kids. These kids, they were armed, and they were gonna try to shoot their way out anyways, I think. But anyways,
Yeah,
when-
Oscar would close the gap, so he doesn't want anybody else to hear this, the bouncer, Sigmund, or anybody.
And Sigmund,
Yeah,
by the way,
yeah.
is in his uniform, right? He's in his army uniform. He probably went out the back, right? And he's sort of like, he's not super close. He's sort of like mid distance, just irritated by this.
Anyways,
these children that you saved or tried to step in for,
yeah,
they're not your child.
I know.
There's being brave, there's being selfish, and in between those two is being a father.
I haven't been making any good decisions lately. Okay.
Sigmund is so unhappy right now.
Keep pissing everybody off, getting people killed. Just maybe they're right. Like, I'm just not cut out for this, you know? I'm trying. So let's just move forward. I'm alive. I should be okay. Wounds heal. They always do. So, do you want some whiskey?
It's the morning, right?
Yeah.
It's like 11 probably.
Because I know I need it.
Yeah.
Some more.
You can have my shares then.
Sigmund, I'm gonna have his cut of whiskey. What do you have for me, Sigmund?
Well, first, I've invited your friend here. It's about to say something to Oscar, but doesn't finish the sentence. There's like clearly a dot.
Yeah.
Because my understanding is that maybe he might help with that heat that you have generated, like shooting people on the streets.
Right, in broad daylight.
In broad daylight.
It was a bad decision. It was a very bad decision. So, the good news is,
and Sigmund's looking to Oscar like, what am I supposed to do, right?
The good news is, if there is good news out of this, that it's just another communist ambush.
The good news is that everybody involved, all of these communists were killed on the scene. There were no survivors.
There were no survivors, right?
That's what I heard.
Except for the 2 surviving Nazis. They did get my old credentials, but they won't get my new ones that I'm going to make.
Your ID has photographs on it. A photograph of your face.
I'm going to have to grow out some facial hair.
Okay, so they were...
Let me ask you this.
Army.
Did Pierre's stuff, was that linked to the flower shop?
I imagine you would not have used that one.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be linked to the moving company, probably.
Yeah, right.
It was like the fake moving company. Yeah. But your photograph would be there. So, okay,
right.
Well, all right.
fine. I was looking to grow out a beard anyways. Can't be angel faced forever.
Uh,
I can get some fake beards until then.
my contacts are with supply, with quartermasters. I don't have army contacts with the people who are doing patrols. Uh,
They'll be looking for someone with a banana shirt anyways, so it's fine.
do you have
Look,
contacts with patrolmen?
I have contacts, yes.
Okay. Maybe you should see if they can, make paperwork be lost or something.
Yeah, I'll. You want to go and roll my contacts, see if I know anybody who could in the paperwork industry?
You know Dirk?
For that I do know Dirk. Okay.
He's
Yeah.
he's a he's a patrol leader.
Okay. So I'm gonna pencil that in as a thing to do. So like, look, I know somebody that can happen. Look, the thing I came here for. Do you have it?
Yes. Yeah. I have information for you.
Okay. You can trust my friend here, so let's do it.
Man of many faces. I have information and the details of the shipment. It's a heroin shipment that's coming in to the city.
When is this?
It's going to be tonight. A little bit later, perhaps. But more importantly, I know the route that they're coming. I would recommend an ambush outside of the city. If you can get them before they come into the city, that's better.
Well, maybe we can drop some information. They're old friends. Mother Courage.
No, I think that I don't want them to have the heroin. We should
No,
be having the
but
heroin.
but if we can get them to at least cause a ruckus, then we can grab the heroin on the back end.
Regina did not seem um, happy about potential partnerships with your friend.
Okay. Then what about...
Look, here's the thing. The Carbone brothers will be doing this, right? So they're not going to want to draw attention to themselves. This is not coming in by the Germans. This is the Corsicans from Marseille. They're not going to be flashy about it. I'm thinking you waylay them before they can get in here with their friends and be a bit of shooting, perhaps, or something. I feel like...
No, I'm feeling great for that. And as he tries to stand up and then, ooh, yeah, no, we got all the shooting we need, right?
What type of transportation is they using? Truck?
Yes, this would have to be a truck. This is what I'm thinking.
Is it is a solid truck, or does it have the canvas back like as a half track?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know what they're going to be using, but they're going to have to get through checkpoints. They're not going to want the supply and their cargo searched, so they're going to have something that's going to look inconspicuous. So I'm going to assume that they're going to try to come in with probably some sort of farm produce, something like this, and they'll probably hide it underneath. Something like this is what I'm imagining. They are going to not want anyone to know what they're doing, which means they have reason to be, obvious, but not. They can't be too armed. They probably will have some sort of weaponry, but probably not on them if they're going to be searched. So I think it'll be... And here's the thing. Once they come into the city, they're going to have all of their contacts and all of their friends and all of their criminal friends with guns.
Oh, you've sold me on getting them before they come in. And I might have some friends who can tell me what they're doing. So
they will be armed. I just don't know if they'll have arms on them, probably hidden somewhere. There's one other...
So how long has it been since you've ridden on one of these missions? my friend?
Points to his uniform. I should not be on this mission.
Yeah, you just take that uniform and put another uniform on, okay? What, are you afraid to get your hands dirty again?
How do you think I got this information? There is one other option, which I don't want to tell you. Because of who you are, says to Tango.
All right. So is this something you want to say in private, or you want to put in a note? You want to...
Oscar, you are reasonable, yes?
Oscar figured that this was the course that he was going to take. Sure.
All right. There is another shipment I've heard of coming in. An alternative shipment.
At the same time?
Different roads. Also very valuable. But not my preference.
What is it?
Wine. Probably also some fruit. My understanding is quite a bit of wine, and wine also will make a lot of money on the black market.
But not nearly as much as heroin.
Well, that's not necessarily true, considering he sort of gestures out towards the outside with the terrible, terrible weather. It's just that I am set up for heroin. And also the heroin would deal a blow against the rival families. So, we do the heroin, a much better, I think a much better option. Yes, they'll be armed. Yes, it'll piss them off. But it will harm our enemies. Tango, the wine is not going to harm our enemies at all. Yes, it'll make a lot of money. And yes, probably these people will not be armed at all because they're just farmers. But I'd prefer the heroin.
Oh, well, wine is safer. Hurts less people in general. And we can move the wine a lot easier than we can move. Well, you can move.
Not anymore. You don't have a club anymore. So
we could start pairing wine with flowers for some those romantic evenings.
He's going to try to convince you with his rapport that heroin is better. You'll need will. Unless Oscar wants to help out Ziggy with some rapport to,
I don't know.
No, it's poor.
Oscar's going to suggest the following. Why not both?
Well, we don't have all the people, so manpower yet.
Wow. But there's you. You said it yourself. It's wine. It's just some farmers.
We do have friends, some of the working women.
I'm not having them. Oh no, we're not. I'm not having them leave the brothel. They don't leave this place at all. Don't want them caught or captured. Look, I think even though it is more dangerous to go after the heroin, because they will have weapons, probably good ones, just not on them. If we go after the heroin, we will piss off a lot of criminals, and that's great. That's very good. And heroin I can sell. I have people who need it. I have everything. If you go after the wine, it is a lot of money, but I cannot sell that.
I understand what you're saying because it doesn't help us out politically as we're trying to create our empire here. And this empire we're trying to create, this one job could set us pretty well. And I mean us. And I look over at Oscar.
And also heroin is very addictive. It's a much better product.
I really don't like it when you push that aspect of it, Siggy.
I mean, look, there are all sorts of people who are addicted to heroin, and we get the heroin, they will pay whatever. Whatever. We could blackmail them. We can get all of their money. If they have anything, we can take it.
So long as it's the Nazis you're doing that to.
No,
I'm
anyone.
okay with it.
I will give it to anyone.
He would see where this is going, and Oscar would turn to Tango. It is just a commodity. It is just another bit about war. There's a supply, there's a demand. But there's one way to have our cake and eat it too as well. These girls that you say will not leave the club. Are you a betting man, Sigmund?
Looks over at Tango. Tango knows the answer to that one. Of course.
Yes. He's lost as many as he's won.
Well, then let's see if we can stack the deck a bit. Do you like the theater?
It's fine. I mean, you
Then
theater people sell things, buy things, yeah?
Right. Let's put on a little show. You take one of your girls, the prettiest, or perhaps two. You put them along the road where the farmers will be coming with their wine and their fruit, and you have them broken down. Their wagon has thrown a wheel, something that farmers can fix. And they are so sweet, so pure. And then you are just there in the bushes, and this is the stage, this is the play. And as they come by with their wine, if they like what they see, they will buy a ticket. And then the wine will be yours. Who take care of the heroin?
Give me rapport.
Love it.
Is there anything else that I could roll?
You are rapporting him. None of these are lies.
Can I help him?
Yes, you can. Tell me how.
Okay. I'm going to help him, and I'm going to just look over, and I'm going to look over at Ziggy. It's like, that's too easy. And you like an easy score. That's an easy score. Sure, you'd lose a couple ladies for the night, but you gain so much more naked return. And it's...
Naked return. Tango roll that rapport?
Yeah, I could do it.
Oh, I would prefer it if you rolled the rapport.
It's good.
Oh, you get it. Do you have rapport at all as a skill? You cannot give him a +1. It's a tie.
Acting.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Acting.
I could sell it.
It's a tie. Would you like a partial success? Fail with a boost? Succeed at a minor cost?
What would be the minor cost?
The minor cost would be that I think that it would be that this thing about the heroin's going to weigh on you a little bit, and you're going to take a little bit of mental stress about this.
Wow. And then I would just be...
Mm-hmm.
I would be, okay. You know what? But I think it's
Just
worth
one.
it to get everything going. So yeah, just one, meaning...
Actually, no, you don't have to take mental stress. It's fine. Your minor cost will be something totally doesn't have to do with you at all.
I don't know about that. But we can go back to the mental...
No, it's fine.
I'll just take up all my mentals.
No, you don't need. No.
There's a lot on my mind today.
No,
I'm
it's
in
fine.
shot.
No, it's fine.
Hey, everybody, welcome
It's
here
fine.
to Troopers channel. We're going to put a pin in that little comment until next week when that duo episode hits.
And
Right?
he says, "No, it's all right. I'll take care of these farmers." And he walks behind the desk, the bar. He goes, "I do like a good easy score." And he reaches underneath and he checks this gun that he has. It's like a good, he's got a submachine gun. And he goes, "I will take care of these farmers. Better I take care of farmers than criminals." And he just makes sure he's got all the ammo. And you know that you will not take those consequences. Those consequences, my dearest Tango, will not be on you, but that's where we're going to break.
Okay.
Because he has no problem shooting civilians. That's especially if they don't have weapons. He thinks that's pretty awesome.
No.
And you do not plan on going with him to oversee him, so he'll be by himself. I would like to thank you. We're going to go on break right now as they ponder a heist, two heists, which is great. One with an unsupervised Zygmunt, who is very ethical. And one by yourself. That's good. I would like to thank Your Turn, My Turn for the donated bits, donated 200 bits with the question, what's going on? And also, I want to thank Tadkill for the raid, and also our sub, Anonymous, thank you so much. We're going to go on break. We've got 10 minutes. Stretch your legs. I'm giving them this break so that they know that they have things to think about, which involves what they're going to do.
Innocent lives and then also killing criminals.
They've got some things to think about. It's perfect time for a break. Enjoy the New York Philharmonic, which will be giving you a concert. It'll be lovely music concert. It's from December the 7th, 1941. You may not hear the entire concert. Things might have been happening. So we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in 10, and we will find out what they're going to do about the tale of two convoys, as it were. We will be right back, everybody.
Here is a flash just received in our newsroom. Dateline, Washington. United States Army transport carrying lumber was torpedoed 1,300 miles west of San Francisco. Details on this news and other news that has been coming in on the Far East situation will be given to you at approximately 3:35 during the intermission of the New York Philharmonic concert. We return you now to the New York Philharmonic Orchestra. This program to bring you a special news bulletin. The Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii by air, President Roosevelt has just announced. The attack also was made on all naval and military activities on the principal island of Oahu.
The Symphony No. 1 in F minor by the modern Russian composer Shostakovich performed as the opening work on this afternoon's Philharmonic program, Artur Rudziński conducting. Japan has attacked Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, and Manila, the Philippine Islands, from the air. The attack is developing. Today, Dean Taylor's usual commentary will be replaced by a further report on the Far Eastern situation. We pause now for 15 seconds. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is WCCO, studios in Minneapolis and St. Paul. The Twin City temperature 37 degrees.
This is John Daly speaking from the CBS newsroom in New York. Here is the Far East situation as reported to this moment. The Japanese have attacked the American naval base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, and our defense facilities at Manila, capital of the Philippines. The first disclosure of this news was made by Presidential Secretary Stephen Early by telephone at approximately 2:25 in Washington. I read the text of this historic announcement at a little after 2:30. The Japanese have attacked Pearl Harbor from the air and all naval and military activities on the island of Oahu, the principal American base in the Hawaiian Islands. That was Secretary Early's message. Short while later, he dictated another message. A second air attack has been reported. This one has been made on the Army and Navy bases in Manila. And here's a last-minute Associated Press flash from Honolulu. A naval engagement is in progress off Honolulu with at least one black enemy aircraft carrier in action against the Pearl Harbor defenses. Secretary Early informed all correspondents and then rushed to the White House to be with President Roosevelt. As the announcement was made, the two Japanese envoys, Ambassador Nomura and Special Emissary Kurosu, were at the State Department. Columbia's correspondent in London, Bob Trout, heard the news for the first time from our report from New York. Up to that moment, or very shortly before then, the British capital had not been informed of the Japanese attack on the Hawaiian Islands and on Manila. In view of Prime Minister Churchill's recent pledge that a British declaration of war on Japan would follow almost immediately upon the outbreak of war between Japan and the United States, a British announcement is expected soon. Columbia's correspondent, Ford Wilkins, was put on the air in CBS's regular 2:30 news program on Sunday afternoon from Manila. He was cut off the air suddenly while he was talking about air raid shelters, possibly because of censorship. In communication with Columbia's radio station, KGMB in Honolulu, we heard here in New York that the Pearl Harbor base had been attacked and anti-aircraft fire was heard. A telephone message to the United Press from Fort Schaefer in Hawaii said that 50 planes attacked the island of Oahu. The planes were officially described so far as unidentified in these messages, although later reports that have come in from the press associations definitely identify at least two of these planes as carrying the emblem of the rising sun, the emblem of Japan. The Pearl Harbor attack, reported by KGMB in Honolulu, is said to have been carried out in other messages by 50 to 100 planes, and a half an hour ago it was said to be still continuing. The smoke of anti-aircraft guns rose over the Pearl Harbor Navy Yard. Heavy smoke also drifted up from Hickam Field in the Pearl Harbor area, apparently from fires, and witnesses said fires broke out on Ford Island. The main targets in this action by the Japanese appeared to be Hickman Field, which is the Army field, and the great naval base at Pearl Harbor, and several planes were reported shot down. Also, we've had a report from Honolulu that policemen and firemen were ordered in a radio broadcast to go to Army and Navy posts immediately. Major George Fielding Elliott, when this dispatch originally came in, pointed out that this may indicate that some of the Japanese resident in that area are being aids in this action by the Japanese against the shore areas, and the firemen and policemen may have been called up to stop any abortive revolutionary action in that area. Here's the first Associated Press dispatch from Honolulu. At least two Japanese bombers, their wings bearing the insignia of the rising sun, appeared over Honolulu at about 7:35 a.m. Honolulu time today and dropped bombs. As I told you a little earlier, these are the two planes of the reported 50 to 100 which have been definitely identified as wearing the insignia of the rising sun. Unverified reports said that a foreign warship appeared off Pearl Harbor and has begun firing at the defenses of that mighty fortified post. Reports also say that the Japanese bombers scored two hits, one at Hickman Field Air Corps Post on Oahu Island, and the other at Pearl Harbor, which set an oil tank afire. American anti-aircraft has set up a terrific din, and the sky also is filled with American battle aircraft. We have just heard that the Press Association dispatches, of course, are pouring in here. We've had a Washington bulletin received just a few minutes ago that disclosed an American Army transport, which was carrying lumber, was torpedoed 1,300 miles west of San Francisco. And we've just heard by telephone that Albert Warner in Washington has news of a State Department announcement. For that report from Albert Warner, we take you now to Washington.
A statement has just been issued now by the State Department from Secretary of State Cordell Hull. It runs as follows. On November 26th, the Secretary of State handed to the Japanese representatives a document which stated the principles which govern the policies of the government of the United States toward the situation in the Far East, and setting forth principles for a comprehensive, peaceful settlement. At 1 p.m. today, this State Department statement continues, the Japanese ambassador asked for an appointment for the Japanese representatives to see the Secretary of State. The appointment was made for 1:45 p.m. The Japanese representatives arrived at 2:05 p.m. They were received by the Secretary of State at 2:20. The Japanese ambassador handed to the Secretary of State what was understood to be a reply to the American document of November 26th. Secretary of State Hull carefully read the statement presented by the Japanese representatives and immediately turned to the Japanese ambassador and with the greatest indignation said, "I must say in all my conversations with you, the Japanese ambassador," and this is Secretary Hull speaking, "I must say in all my conversations with you during the last 9 months, I have never uttered one word of untruth." Then Mr. Hull, referring to the Japanese note just handed to him, continued, "In all my 50 years of public service, I have never seen a document that was so crowded with infamous distortions and falsehoods on a scale so huge that I never imagined any government on this planet was capable of uttering them." The contents of the Japanese note is not given. Apparently, it follows the example set by Hitler in the case of his own aggressions, in which he charges the victim of aggression with all sorts of faults. And now we have word that Secretary of War Stimson has just issued an order to all military personnel in Washington and throughout the country to report for work Monday in uniform. Then from the White House comes word that the Army has received news of signals of distress believed to come from an Army cargo boat 700 miles west of San Francisco. Presumably, this is another ship. Previously, we had word from the White House that an Army transport carrying lumber was torpedoed 1,300 miles west of San Francisco. Now here are some of the first comments that we have gathered from congressmen. Veteran Senator Glass of Virginia says, "I suppose that this means war." And ironically, he added, "Of course, we're not going to surrender immediately without any effort to repel the attack." Senator Charles McNary, the Republican leader of the Senate, said, "I am amazed at Japan. I thought they had better judgment. I deeply regret the turn of events. Now the nation must unite in giving her a beating for her stupidity and aggression." That was from Senator McNary. Senator Hill, the Democratic whip of the Senate, says this: "The United States ought to use every means, every power to lick the Japanese, to lick them thoroughly and completely, and to do the job in the quickest possible time." Except for the bare announcements from the White House, there has been no further word. It's quite obvious that the American Navy and Air Force are taking counteraction against the Japanese. Once attacked, you do not stand on ceremony. The President has ample authority to send the Army and Navy into action when this country is attacked. Presumably a naval blockade of Japan has already been ordered, and other hostilities than the Japanese air attacks will be reported. In a case of this kind, with open hostilities and the United States clearly the target of offensive action, it can be expected that the President will go before Congress. There he will explain what has taken place, and unless unofficial speculation is wrong, he will ask Congress for a declaration of war. There is no doubt what Congress would do. It has been notable all along that congressional sentiment is much more united on the subject of Japan than it has been on European developments. But more than this, the United States itself is now the subject of definite attack. Let alone past sentiment, this would be enough to bring a united opinion in Congress. We return you now to New York.
That was Albert Warner's report from Washington on the latest developments in the Far Eastern situation with a report from the State Department. One mystery in connection with the announcements from Washington arose this afternoon when Ford Wilkins, the CBS correspondent in Manila, reported by telephone to Columbia at 3:30 o'clock that there had been no bombing of Manila. However, the INS has reported that the American naval base at Cafidi Island off Luzon was subjected to an enemy attack this morning. Army and Navy authorities commanded all forces to their stations and told them to resist the attack. There were no immediate reports on the damage. Now, Major George Fielding Elliott is here beside me again. And Major Elliott, we have a question which I believe needs answering. Do you see any grand strategy in these Japanese attacks upon the Hawaiian Islands and upon the Philippines?
The Philippines, and that refers particularly to the naval and air base of Manila, stands between Japan's home bases and the operations which she is conducting in Indochina. Therefore, the Japanese would like, of course, to eliminate this base if they possibly could. And it seems to me quite possible that the attacks on Hawaii are intended to cover a Japanese attack on the island of Luzon, and particularly directed at the naval and air base of Manila, in order to clear their lines of communication into the South China Sea, delay the arrival of the American fleet there. One interesting point is the fact that two apparently separate attacks by Japanese submarines upon American vessels between San Francisco and Honolulu have been reported. The Japanese have approximately 25 long-range submarines of the so-called I-50 class, which are capable of crossing the Pacific and returning without refueling. Apparently, therefore, these submarines, which would take about 10 to 12 days to get on that station from the nearest Japanese naval base, have been on their way for that length of time. And this
Hello everyone. Why do you look like that right now? My boxes look weird, but they shouldn't, because it should look fine. What happens if I do this? Oh, I know you know what it is? I know what happened. I went to the 3 rather than the 2. That's what happened. Now it's perfect. I was thinking 3 players. Hey everybody, how are you? Welcome back everyone to, the City of Light and Shadow. I hope you all had a lovely break. I hope you enjoyed the news. We're hanging out. We're going to go and have the second half of the show. I want to thank, by the way, thank you, Your Turn, My Turn, for those donations. And we're going to hit the second half. And we are in a moment where Tango has been shot a couple of times, is not doing particularly well, which is great. And Oscar has got a secretary who's suspicious of him because she suspects that maybe he's not actually as loyal to the Reich, or she hopes at least. She's not certain, but she's like, something's going on with that fellow. If he's super loyal to the Reich, that'll be very inconvenient for her. But it might be okay, but she's like, what's going on with this guy? And they have got 2 different heists on 2 different roads, 2 different shipments coming in on 2 different roads. One is heroin, which will involve pissing off mafia families, and also doing a blow towards these mafia families as well. Like it will harm their rivals and get them lots of heroin. And Ziggy loves heroin because it's addictive, and he's got lots of people who are addicted, and he can sell that pretty easily. He's happy about it. But there is also, he did his due diligence because he knows that Tango doesn't like drugs, because Tango's a stick in the mud. And so he found out there was another shipment coming of wine in the middle of the winter in Paris when nobody has food. So there's some wine and fruit coming in, and that will be also worth a lot of money, but he doesn't think it'll give you the value added of also helping with our gang war. And, Oscar and Tango were like, why don't we do both? Ziggy, you could go and take over those farmers. And he's like, I don't want to go. And he's like, well, I could just shoot them all and then take them. That wouldn't be too hard because they're farmers. That'll be fine. So, he's contemplating. He didn't say it out loud, but he's contemplating a lot of murder. He has a gun in his hand. And we're going to come back with our 2 gents thinking about this situation, because the convoys are coming in this evening. Not super late. this evening. And there is our Ziggy sort of checking his gun, thinking, okay, yeah, I can do this. I can do this. It's all right. All right.
I need to make a brief telephone call.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Sigmund, this is a friend. That's not how we treat friends.
Sorry.
Okay?
I'm sorry.
While he's going to make a telephone call, I want to ask you about the other thing I asked you to get me.
I already gave it to you. The ring? Give it to you last night. Did you not look at it yet?
Is this loud enough for?
Yes.
Yeah. It's the blood loss and everything.
It's
when you come back.
It should be in your. It's in your jacket pocket. I gave it to you last night. I worked hard to get it.
He's gonna.
Ziggy puts his hand on the ring box. Excuse me, Oscar. Before this happens, I just want to know what kind of phone call, because I have more than one line. Do you know what I mean?
I'm going to call my wife, but I might say some sweet things to her, and I would like it to be secure.
All right. And he stops and he's like, clearly he wanted to say something about Regina, but he was like, because it was like your wife thing. He's like, and he's
and Oscar would like lean forward, like almost daring him to,
no. And he goes, if you were Tango, you would have a better sense of humor. I suspect you have no sense of humor at all. Rocco, will you take this man to the back office? And your big bouncer comes up, walks up and goes, we will take you to the office. Come with me. And he sort of brings you to this sort of back office, and it's kind of small, and there are two phones on the desk. And he goes, that one. He points to like the one on the left. That's the one.
Thank you, Rocco.
Wait. The operator. You must ask her. Say. Paris.
It's okay, Rocco.
No, wait. Say to the operator, Paris is nice in the spring.
Thank you, Rocco.
Oh. And then he walks out, but he had to like wait a bit.
He would pick it up off the cradle and like double tap it down as he...
Bonjour. Your number, please.
Paris is nice in the spring.
I see. One moment. And there's like a click, 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 a different dial tone. Yes. Which number? The exchange.
And then he would give the extension, and just praying that it's back at his apartment at the place, knowing that
there's a bit of the phone rings and it has a slightly different tone to it, which
no, he'll call the flower shop. He would call the flower shop. No, he would not.
You know that your wife has been
she wouldn't have the opportunity to do that. He'll call the
she's been kept at some. She's been dealing with wives, is what has happened, and you can tell. And the thing is, you are Gestapo, former Gestapo. You know what this is. What this is that this is an operator who's making a private line from one to the other, which means it's bypassing surveillance. The only person to be surveilling it would be her, and that says to you that Ziggy has got some very interesting contacts. Probably low-level contacts in terms of like a secretary, a secretary here, an operator there. He's got some working women that he knows, and that may
Oscar will remember this.
Bing. The phone rings at your apartment in this beautiful hotel, and after I suppose a couple of rings, the phone is picked up.
Lexner Resonance. This is Regina.
Hello, dear. It is I, Holga. I have a few questions for you.
Oh, hi, darling.
Hi. How was your day? Was it nice? Was the weather being as poor as it is?
Yes, we are in the same city. It was social.
I was just always curious as to see your perspective. Speaking of perspective, I have been asked to cast some players in a movie that we are putting on here in the City of Lights. And I have a potential candidate. Is a very strapping young boy, perfect for showing Aryan, the Reich, and the power of the Father's land. This boy would be asked to do some things that are not dangerous, but perhaps could be conceived as a few stunts, riding a horse. This boy, what do you think I should do? He's still young. Is this someone that we should risk in doing the stunts, or should I bring in somebody as an older, like a gaffer, to come in and, to do the stunts for him?
Well, darling, what a strange question. I would say you could use the young boy. Just remind him that in the end, he doesn't have to do the stunts. He can always come home.
Good, because I always like to hear your perspective, and in many ways, I like to get your permission to strengthen my own opinions.
Yes, darling, my opinion. You've always cared so much for it. And Regina gets like real close to the phone as if it's gonna make a difference, and she kind of whispers, "Just tell Luke she can always shoot him and leave."
Yeah. Yes, the shooting schedule is going to be very tight anyway, so it's something that we could just have a day shoot, perhaps, just to come in.
Yes, one good day shoot ought to do the job if things don't go well.
Jawohl. I mean, my dearest.
Yes, love. I have to socialize. I will.
Yes. Well, it's time to go. Well, then, as we
Yes.
always say goodbye to one another, kiss, 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 kiss.
Yes.
Maybe you hear like a German Nazi wife in the
Oi.
background, sort of chatter. Maybe there's some like socialite chatter in the background right now of Regina's phone, which is a teaser for next week.
You hang up first.
Oh no, you hang up first.
I'm going to hang up now.
Okay,
I'm going to.
bye-bye.
I'm still here. Are you still here?
Oscar, hang up the damn phone.
Yeah, and then he hangs up.
Thank you, Dot, for being the voice on the phone. I appreciate that very much. And also the spoiler for, next time around. While that is happening, Zygmunt has taken his once Oscar leaves, he takes his hand off the box and he goes, "All right, go ahead. Look at it."
Okay. I am looking at it. Is it as beautiful and wonderful as I thought it would be?
Yes. It is beautiful. It is gorgeous. This ring has a massive rock with lots of little smaller gemstones and a beautiful setting. It is, it is probably one of the most beautiful things that you have seen. Would you like to make a discover action to ask me some questions about this ring?
See, I just don't think I have a lot of questions about it. Like, it's beautiful, it's wonderful,
Mhm,
it looks great.
Super expensive. You're pretty sure.
I'm sure, and I don't think I want to know.
Interesting.
mean?
Yeah, roll
Like, I don't
resources
think-
anyway.
What now?
Roll resources anyway.
Criminal resources?
Yeah. It's great. Ask me a question. Ask me a question about this ring. That's super expensive, very beautiful, very nice. Ask me a question.
How about this? Does this ring feel like it's going to be trouble? Like, does it feel like it came from a high up somewhere, someone? Like they would miss it?
That's such a great question. How about if I answered your question like this? No. It won't give you any trouble because as you notice the inscription inside the band to my loving Ruth, yeah, probably, whoever owned this is probably in a concentration camp right now.
Oh.
So no, there's no really high-ranking, powerful person who owned this ring who will be mad at you because whoever did own it, as you know, because what Ziggy does is deal with all the confiscated items that they've been taking from Jewish people. So you're free and clear. Whoever owned this ring is probably just in a concentration camp right now. You're good. No trouble for you at all.
I'm definitely going to get some Oscar wisdom on this pretty soon. So,
and he looks at you expectingly. He's like, "It's good, right? That one's very expensive."
It's beautiful, Ziggy. It's beautiful.
I like that the little gems are blue. Huh? It's a big diamond in the center with this little blue. That was sapphires, probably.
Yeah, she's gonna love it.
Yeah, I think so too.
If I give it to her.
Oh, I know. Wait, let me have it back. Give me a moment. Let me have it back.
Okay. All right. Give it back.
Takes it. He goes in his pocket, pulls out a small, very small sort of knife. Just scrapes that inscription off. Hands it back to you.
All right. No longer roofs.
It's good, right? I'll tell you, that was a little bit tricky because I had to do a lot of forging on the paperwork, and I know you're much better than I am. But
I taught you a few things, so
not as good as you.
Well, you taught me a lot about running, so it makes sense.
I hope I also taught you a bit about getting people to think you're someone you're not.
We both learned that. At the
I
same
know,
time.
it's true.
Let's be real. Let's be real.
Do you remember that moment? And this is when Oscar comes back in after his phone call. By the way, I'm very excited. I'm going to see if I can do exciting audio trickery for all this. We'll see what we can do for next week. I'm very excited.
For the other end of that?
Yeah, I'm very excited for that one. It's like my joy now.
Okay.
And when you come in after that very loving conversation with your wife on the phone, and there's like Ziggy's like, do you remember that moment when we were at that hotel and I was pretending to be like some sort of Austrian noble, remember? And you fell and you spilled this wine on me, right? And then I punched you in the face, and then the woman I was trying to con, of course, then runs to your defense. Oh, it was so good. And then there was a whole scene with the bail. And
we call that that was the ping pong. I missed the ping pong ruses.
It's very good.
Oh, it was good. Yeah, I was just playing some. What was I? I was just a servant, I think.
That's right. Yes.
Right.
Yeah, and I flew off the handle.
Yeah, it was great. And then she hated you because you look like a jerk, but she liked me because I was the sweet and innocent.
Yeah.
Oh, it was great.
Oh my gosh! And then you stole all of her jewelry, right? You took her back to her place in the hotel room, right?
I did that.
And you took all of her jewelry, and you even got like all of her her what do you call this? Money orders, such like she had. Oh, you took everything, cashier's checks. You took everything she had. She had nothing in the end. It was amazing.
Oh,
that was a great.
That's how I used to be. Of course, I mean, not so much anymore. I don't take as much as I.
Yeah, but you're going back into it. So this is good. You also had sex with her, didn't you? You love him and leave him and all the time.
You just
Oscar's
bring up the damnedest thing.
Oscar's going back and forth with this conversation, and at that moment, he looks a bit at Tango, and then he looks over at Ziggy. Luke will be going with you.
What?
Luke will be going with you. He's a nice boy.
No, I don't.
He will
need.
Yes.
He's gonna look at the ring and look back over at Ziggy, and it is a very serious eye with some very serious eyes. Like, if he called his wife and he wants Luke to be there, and it's gonna happen.
The boy will help you and the girls, and there won't have to be any potential for you, a very important person, to get wounded or shot, some type of.
So you just lay low and let Luke handle the mission, and it's even less heat off your back.
I'll have him be my assistant. He's good with a shot. He's trained.
I don't think there'll be any shooting necessary, but if it comes down to that, yeah, he's pretty good.
Good.
He's been training him up.
Big boy, he can scare them. They won't fight.
Yeah.
Well, I will take this man, your Luke. Just make sure that he, is told to follow my instructions. That I'm the boss on this mission.
Yeah, and I need to talk to Oscar for a second. Just, sorry, I didn't use his name, Oscar.
His name is Holger Lexner. That's the name he's using now.
Yeah. Holger. I need to talk to Holger. Just me and him. We have our missions, right? So we're done here.
Yeah. All right. I will. Well, you're patched up. I will go. Have some. I don't know, planning time. Sort of work out what I can do with the gates. Don't worry. Just let me have your Luke fellow and make sure he tells him that I'm in charge. I will be in my back office making some calls.
Well, you will be. Think of Luke as an extension of me.
Right. I'm in charge.
You are not in charge. We are 50-50. Remember that.
Fair enough. I will take your assistant.
And you're not in charge.
I'm in charge. By the way, do you want a wedding dress? Because I can get you. I can get you a very good one.
We're gonna have to talk. I need some guidance from someone who's a better person than me on this stuff. All right. So, not you, not me.
All right. Well,
I'm just gonna stare right over at Oscar.
I'm going to go and see if I can get our doctor to come in and look at you, because we have a doctor that treats the girls. Well, he's not really actually a doctor. He's more like. Doesn't matter. I'll see if he can take care of you. I'll make a phone call.
We got to make our own plans too. So meet me over at room 13B.
Oh, the one that looks like ancient Greece. That one.
Yeah, that's my favorite one.
Okay. I'm gonna make some.
Is my robe still there?
I had to move it, but I can get it for you.
Did you wash it? Is it washed?
Yeah, I had the girls watch it. It's fine.
Okay, good.
All right. Ancient Greece room, 13.
Yeah,
and,
ancient Greece room.
I'll get my doctor. Doctor, okay. Doctor.
Yeah, the doctor. I got you. You mind? Let's make some plans, Oscar. If you don't mind.
Sure. Did Ziggy leave?
Mm-hmm. He's got to go and try to get his doctor to go and look at his friend.
Let's go to the ancient Greece room, please.
He would say to Tango on the way, I have underestimated your ability to suffer fools.
He's just going to look back down at everything, like, just staring past all that over his shoulder. It's like, is it what it's like to be around me all the time?
Where's this Rome room?
So this brothel is... There are brothels that are famous and huge, like the 122, the Sphinx. They're these like massive brothels that are, they're like at this point in time in Paris, there are about 150 different brothels in Paris. Most of them reserved for German soldiers because they just took these things over. There are a couple like they're at the top of the top, like 6 floors. With some of the most famous ones have got like this is not this one, but like there's one that has got like the Orient Express room, which is like being on a train car, and they actually have rollers underneath the floor, and they play like train music, like sounds of trains. And then if you pay extra, somebody will walk in as like the train conductor and be scandalized you're having sex. So like these are like massive, like some of the top ones are. There's a lot of money spent into them, and this is not that place. This is not that place, but it's trying. So it's 2 floors, and on the upper, like you've got this kind of like bar downstairs with some offices in the back.
Like, do they have an under the sea room, and it's just kind of real crappily like painted up, like it's under the sea? Yeah.
Okay. There is a 3rd floor, which is where the women stay, because they're not really allowed to leave. But it's basically the 2nd floor, and the 2nd floor has got they're trying to copy the big brothels. So there's like under the sea room, which is like painted blue with some starfish, and there's like a net on the wall, but that's it.
But not like painted by a great artist,
no.
But like someone who said they were okay at painting starfish.
Yes.
Kind of, yeah.
And the Greek room where you're brought, and by the way, The beds are just regular beds. They're just not even really nice. They're just like beds. That's it. And then the Greek room, it's like a room with a bed, and there's like a column made out of plaster of Paris, just like in the corner. And there's like a little laurel wreath, so you could put it on and feel like you're like, a Caesar. There's like a robe. There's like a toga, but it's a sheep.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put on that toga and the wreath. And I'm just going to sit down. I'm just going to look at the ring. And I'm going to look over at Oscar. Like, you can put on a robe if you want, by the way. It just makes me feel good. I don't actually do anything in here other than this is sometimes where I come to think. And
oh, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So am I good? Am I a good person? Am I doing the right thing? I was gonna propose to Sylvie, and I asked Sigmund to get me a good ring, and I didn't quite think that part through because he's gonna hand the ring over to Oscar.
Ooh, it's pricey. And it's old too. Like, it's not a new ring, it's pricey and it's older. It's nice.
But it was
Where did
wasn't
he get this?
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
See, I've been living this life for so long that I'm just now asking where things are coming from. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I want to give that ring to her. That was someone else's ring. If I get her a wedding dress, it'll be someone else's wedding dress. And if it's just best to wait.
I cannot advise you on the matters of love or the heart, but I would ask you, are you more concerned with the things or with the words? With the love?
I think the things, the accoutrements, everything, the window dressing just helps with the words. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But these things, they can be very important. They are symbol. It's like the ring. I know that in my family, these rings are used over and over again. They come from grandmother to granddaughter, aunts to nieces. Do you have a family? You said that Did you tell Oscar that you saw your mom in
Yeah,
England?
I think he was. I think he said that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, your mother, perhaps, and this is just from peripheral experience that I have with these matters, that when grandmothers pass, they give it to granddaughters, but those are not the rings that they use. They are the rings that they give to their children. Perhaps your mother carries such a ring that has the weight of your family. That is the symbol you seek.
Well, unless she's telling, or unless I don't know my mother very well, I don't think that's a possibility. But it just doesn't feel right anymore to take other people's things and then pass it off as your own, even though artisans make things and then maybe it's theirs for a time being until you purchase them. So what's the legal, you start running in circles if you really dive into what is a thing to a person. But I just can't do it. And I want to, but it's a problem with me is I'm passionate, and passion is impatient.
It's a gesture. It's the grand as a gesture, the better it is to make us feel. But that is what the stage likes. It's not what the world needs. not in the quiet moments. I think that what you have told me, these words, they carry far more weight than someone else's ring.
What do we do with that ring?
We say farewell to it.
And that ring can make someone's life very different. You just hand it over to someone on the street. I want you to take it, and I want you to change someone's life with it.
Why
I don't
me?
need it. Because I trust your eyes. I trust the way you see people. I can't always trust myself with that type of thing.
If the ring was handed to Oscar, so I am to give this to someone to change their life,
Yeah.
and you trust my decisions?
Yeah.
He hands it back.
Okay. He's going to pocket it. You're going to plan my bachelor party. You know that, right?
What now?
Do you know what a bachelor party is? It's going to be great. It's going to be fine. Anyways, we got to go shoot some people for heroin, right?
So from your lips to God's ears.
The door opens and a doctor comes in.
Oh, yeah, great. I'm full of bullets. Help.
The guy is thin, reedy. He's got like sort of broken blood vessels, as if he probably drinks too much. And so he comes up to you and he's got like a medical bag, and he opens it up and he puts it on the bed. And he goes, and he's about to speak to you, but then he doesn't, and then he like starts undoing your shirt so he can sort of look at your injuries. And he looks at them with a little bit of like a
lifts the toga.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he ponders your injuries, and he looks in the medical bag. He pulls out like a speculum, and he pulls out some medical gear, looks at some like a little bit of like the tongs, kind of looks at the injuries that have been sort of treated a little bit, sort of gauzed up. Sort of starts moving them away, and he's going to try to treat you. And as he's working, this is what it is. He needs a 4 to succeed. He's not a good doctor, by the way. He's actually not a doctor. He's a person who does medical stuff. And he does not have training. And he's looking in there, and he starts like poking around in your injuries, and it hurts. And he tries to pull a couple tongs out. You know, he gets the tongs there, try to pull a bullet out.
You be gentle. Please be gentle. As like blood's probably squirting out a little more.
And then he's like, "Oh," and he kind of just looks at it. He just bandages you up again. Just bandages you up. He took out one bullet. It ripped some more stuff. And he's like, you will be right as rain in just a few weeks. And he just picks up his bag and he just walks out. You do not go into recovery, by the way.
Yeah, Tango's just going to stare at the door and look right over at Oscar. It's like,
He comes back in.
Can this day be every...
Excuse me?
Yeah.
He picks up his speculum and he puts it in. And he goes, treat the girls. And he goes out.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope you're more gentle with them than you were with me.
I'm going to want to get Hannah to take a look at that.
Yeah, I guess let's get our battle plan together and go to a real doctor, huh?
Um,
And I should probably take the toga off.
When in Rome.
Yeah. When in Rome. By the way, me and Sylvie had a question that we really wanted answered, and I want to do something, but I don't want it to be awkward, or I don't want you to be I don't want you to take it the wrong way.
Sure.
And he's going to kiss Oscar.
oh.
Now you must describe this.
It's going to be, he's going to do so. Tango, for the most part, right? Like, it's hard to imagine Tango. Like, maybe it is, maybe it's not, depending on
I need good music for
how
this
much
right now.
you like Tango's personality. But when it comes to these type of moments, he is well versed, right? And he goes right into confident, like there's no insecurities, there's nothing like that. And he's just going to look right at Oscar in the eyes, and it's going to be that smoldering look, like I don't know, not like what I did, but it's cooler. He's just going to grab the back of Oscar's head, and and it's not going to be forceful, but it's going to be like he's going to dive in, and he's going to start kissing Oscar.
If it is like you said, a genuine approach to this, like he's this is not like a bit of an act. If it is, then you would have to,
He had a couple of shots.
Okay, so if that's the case, and you come in and begin to kiss Oscar in that way, he would, knowing where you've been shot, like the one side of your body, he would basically lift him up on the opposite side and place him against that plaster of Paris column. As you're kissing him, he would lift you above his eye line, so he's looking up at you as you kiss.
Yeah.
And if your eyes are open, his eyes would remain open. But when the kissing stopped, he would not pull back. And he would say, "So who wins the bet?"
Nobody loses.
Yeah, he'd kiss him again then after that. That's what he said.
That's what he says. He said, "Nobody lost today."
So he would definitely kiss him again then.
You can clear mental stress. I feel like that is going to clear mental stress. All of that right there. And I don't know if you're going to go for a third or a fourth, but I think it's at that point in time that Ziggy comes in and like.
I'm just going to look over at Ziggy. The music just stops completely.
Yeah, because Ziggy walked in, like, no more romantic music.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting the toga off, all right?
Oscar would turn around. "Come here, Ziggy." No, I'm joking.
Ziggy's like,
Return.
Ziggy's trying to figure out what this is all about. Ziggy's like, Like,
planning.
You wanted to get the.
Yes?
Your
words? Do you know how to use them anymore, Ziggy? You don't often babble like this. You also know the knock before you come into my Roman room.
Your boy is here.
Oh, Luke.
Yeah,
Good.
I think your wife gives you a look. Must have sent a word for him or something like this. I don't know. He's here anyway.
Ziggy, do you mind handing me my pants? Right there on the top of the dresser. Right,
picks up your pants and he tosses them to you in a way that is, I don't know. There's a mood. He's got a mood. See? Anyway, he's here. Want to go?
Oscar would, I'm assuming he would lower Tango to the ground. turn back around and go over to Ziggy. You must tell me exactly where this truck of heroin is coming, how many people you believe to be there, the time, all of his good parts.
He's still looking at Tango, just with like, really, Tango? Really? Really? It's fine.
I'm gonna look right over at him and be like, I'm not married yet. So I don't need those looks.
You know, I will get that young man of yours up here right now. We'll bring him up. I hope my doctor helped you, because you know I'm helping you quite a lot, Tango, because we've known each other for many years. For many, many years, you know?
Yes.
I'm going to go get this young man of yours. He goes to the door. He doesn't actually leave because he doesn't know what you're going to do, and he leaves.
Ziggy.
What?
Ziggy, come here.
Wait, what? Luke!
Did Ziggy go off?
He's like, he decided he didn't want to actually leave you two alone. So he just, so he opens the door and leans out and calls for Luke.
When he leans out,
yeah.
Oscar's going to lean down to Tango and say, I would like to propose a wager.
Tango's gonna side eye him, but like what wager is this?
That man is in love with you.
Oh, I never thought about it that way. There's only a couple ways to find out that kind of thing. Anyways, Ziggy.
And you can hear Luke's footsteps bounding up because Luke is full of energy.
Knowing
Please,
Tango
yeah.
too, Oscar's going to stop Tango and be like, do not confront him on the possibility of his amorous affections right before we pull a heist.
No, I'm going to ask him something else. It's very important.
Ziggy turns around and is like, yeah, what is it, Tango? Luke pops in.
Yeah. Do you believe in bachelor parties, or where you come from are their own bachelor parties?
You want a bachelor party? Says Ziggy. I will give you a bachelor party.
Right.
Yeah.
You two are need to plan a bachelor party for me.
This one does not need to be there in the planning. I will plan your bachelor party. It will be the best party you've ever had.
Okay, you don't have to say it so intensely like that. Like,
it will be very good.
Oh.
It'll be like Monaco.
Oh, we don't need Monaco.
I think we need Monaco.
No.
Yeah.
No, people woke up and forgot things for a reason at Monaco.
I did not forget anything in Monaco. So
maybe you should have.
No, I'm going to make this bachelor party the best bachelor party. I have to go for the moment. Talk with your looks at Luke. Is this one getting?
But
I'm getting the maps. Going downstairs.
As soon as Ziggy leaves, Oscar would turn to Tango. I will bet you my motorcycles that I am right.
Okay. And I bet you that what I just asked him probably pissed him off real bad. And it's going to be Monaco all over again because he chose Monaco.
And Luke's like,
hey, yeah, confirmed Monaco. Guy's jealous. He's just super jealous.
It's all right. He won't do anything to hurt you. Not me.
No, well, maybe he just, oh no. And then to look over at Luke. Hey, how are you?
I got a call from, to come here. So I'm here.
Yeah. The guy, Ziggy. Have you met Ziggy? You met Ziggy.
Yeah.
He is kind of a psychotic dude who would murder innocent people. So we just need you to be the kind of guy who's not going to murder innocent people. Watch over him. Make sure he doesn't murder innocent people. That's kind of your gig.
What's going on? I'm going to just stay here.
Oh, right, Oscar. You might want to eloquently tell him what's going on.
You are going to steal some wine and some fruit, and they are going to be farmers that's going to be transporting this, according to what Ziggy has said. So you will need to go with him, a couple of the girls from the establishment here, to just set a little bit of a distraction for the farmers, and then you will relieve them of their wine and their fruit, but you will leave the farmers alive. And if possible, perhaps we will pass a little bit of the earnings on to them if they are just trying to make it. This is not something that needs to be devastation to their families. And on a personal note, you need to make sure that you're talking to your mother more, and that these nights that you are spending with these girls that you have, that they are not supplanting your mother. Your mother is a very lovely woman that you are not spending enough time with. She thinks that you have forgotten her, that you are busy
Wait.
doing other things.
Hold on. You are not treating your mother right?
He is not. He is
Excuse me?
telling her that he is spending time at the bunker, that he is doing. Now listen, there, you are a growing boy in more ways than one. You need to
And Tango's gonna
be a man about this.
he's gonna
You need
show
to-
him like right under near the armpit where it says I like the heart with the mom on it, like one of those old school ones. It's like you should love your mother. You only get one in life. She raised you right. Okay. Fine, outstanding man you're becoming because of her. It's okay to have a lady, but balance. Okay. Not like every night with a lady. And geez, that's also not great for a relationship either. You get some, let her get some breathing room. Maybe take Tuesday off. See your mother.
And he's wearing a kerchief around his neck, just, because it looks great. And also hides the case.
You're running out of neck space.
If you would like to, don't take our word for it. This friend of yours that is inspiring all of your new neckwear, tell her that you do not need to spend time with your mother, that you would prefer to just not speak to her, that you would prefer to leave her to her own devices in this time, and look her in the eye when you say this. She may smile that you are spending time with her, but the eyes will tell you that she is disappointed because you're acting like a boy and not acting like a man.
I was going to ask you for advice, love advice, but clearly, no. I'm going to just...
Oh, between the two of us, we can give you excellent love advice too. But this is also love advice.
Should have been here a few moments ago.
Yeah. There was all kinds of advice. Anyways,
just going to ask if...
What? Go and ask. Ask. What is it?
Now,
what you got, Luke?
Now you're just yelling at me about
Captain
my
Luke
mother.
of the USS Luke?
It doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does.
Look, I just didn't... Not talking about
Commander
my mother.
of the USS Lovebird, Luke?
All right, but I don't want to talk about my mother right now. I want to talk about, something else.
Well,
this friend?
Right, yes. Me?
What do you wish to know about her? Have you introduced her to your mother?
No.
Why?
Because...
Are you embarrassed of her, or are you embarrassed of your mother?
No, I just...
Then give them more credit.
No, this is not the advice I wanted to have. I wanted to have other advice. I wanted different advice. This is terrible advice. It makes me feel bad. I want other advice. Look, I don't want her to know my mother because, what we do. I want to keep everything separate. I want to just keep such a different place.
Well, why don't you ask the advice? Stop tiptoeing around it, and we can.
Just maybe don't talk about my mother when I want to ask advice about things.
Well, first off, we didn't know you were going to ask for advice, so we started with a mother deal because you have to do that. Now, this is what happens when you're an irresponsible son. Now that you're going to be better, let's talk about your friend, huh? Also, I'm going to put these pants on now.
Okay. So. Listen, we have been seeing each other for 3 weeks now, and we have together 3 times, and
Hickied it up?
Yeah. But I don't know.
Did you use protection like saran wrap or some lip gloss or something like that?
No.
Oh, okay. Go on.
But how do I if I if I do I tell her that I is it too early for 3 weeks to tell her that I like her more? Can I tell? Do you think I should ask her to marry me? Do you think she's
Oh,
so beautiful and I have never before with anyone, and she is so amazing, and I was thinking that, do you know when you meet someone and you just you feel like, and I feel but
like they're the spark that set fire to stars, and that they're the only thing you can think of when you wake up, and the last thing you think of before you go to bed. And when you're not there physically with them, that it just it hurts you on a soul-like level.
yes.
Yeah, don't tell her any of that. No,
Oh.
let me tell you this. Honesty is not the best policy when it comes to love and
Oh.
war. Okay? Not. Do not tell her any of this
Oh.
for at least another 3 months, buddy.
Oh.
No,
Okay.
none of that.
But it's how I
Bad
feel.
Luke.
But
Yes.
but I feel that way.
Yes.
And
And welcome to human beings, being one and being an adult and
Just
repressing all your feelings. Just
this is
start it
not
now.
exactly what you need.
I know
There's
Oscar's going to agree with me, right?
well, there's moderation to. You are protecting your mother with from this your friend, protecting us. There's a way to protect yourself as well, and this is not sinister, nefarious. This is matters of the heart. You must proceed with caution, until you're sure you don't have to proceed with caution.
but I don't feel cautious. I feel I mean, she has not said that she loves me yet, but I think that she will, and she uh,
You feel lightless and airy and like you're floating around on clouds all the time, right?
mm-hmm.
It's hard to concentrate on everything in front of you because everything's just her, her, her.
Yes.
You see her face in the mirror. You
Yes.
see her. Yeah, no, it's not even just wheels on cars anymore. It's just her face just spinning around. Okay, that's a little weird. Maybe you don't say
Where are we
that.
going with this? Okay.
Oh, right. Sorry. No, yeah, moderation. Okay.
Okay.
You're in what we call the honeymoon phase.
Okay.
It'll last another 2-ish months or so.
Okay.
It's really more about,
But
it's really more chemical than anything.
but I
at
will
this
love her
point.
forever.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no. Ooh, yeah.
And just you will.
Yeah, we trust you will.
Okay.
But if it's love forever, think about, you don't have to spill all the beans at one time. Think about love as a bucket of beans, right? And
Or
you take what you can do is just kind of toss out a few beans, because that way you have the bucket with you for a very long time. Those beans are very important.
I believe what my friend is trying to say here, Luke, is when you went to England and you were trained, the days that you walked into that class and you walked into and your instructor saw you, you didn't know as much as you did the following day or the following hour. And the next day you knew more, and the next day that you knew more.
Okay.
This is where you are with the heart. You must learn. You must not act until you are sure, and it builds, and you can feel it. It feels now, but you must wade through these. It is impossible for us to tell you, and it is impossible for us to protect you.
But
that is what we are doing.
Okay.
These things, you must see it as a dance. The music has just started.
Okay, well, I was thinking I could maybe, I don't know, do something really impressive and romantic, something like this. I could, something, I don't know. I'm going to go with this fellow, and I don't know what, not kill farmers or anything, but.
Because I am reading chat right now, Oscar is going to say the following: whatever you do, though, don't ask Regina.
Why not?
She will not be able to help you with this.
Oh.
I'm joking. That was not
Oh. Okay, well, I'm going to go.
Remember, bucket of beans, just a few.
But
if you eat it all at one time, you'll get real sick. Think about it that way.
But I've not told her anything, and I don't even have a photograph of her on my person and at any time. So I went through my training, and I will never betray her if I was tortured or anything like this. So I'm being careful. I'm being careful.
Now, be careful with, and he's going to walk over and he's going to tap him on the heart. Right there, buddy. Be careful with your heart. Protect it.
He sort of looks at you like you're all old guys. Ziggy comes in with a map of Paris and lays it out on the bed. And Luke is clearly like so in love right now. He's in that moment. He's, 17 and super in love. And you can just see it like on his face. And he's trying to figure out what moderation means, but he's clearly in that moment. And Zygmunt's like, all right, so this is what we've got. We've got this.
When Ziggy starts to talk and like everything, Oscar would peel back with Tango, and he would lean in close and say, I don't know what to say to this boy. When I was his age, I was naked with the theater troupe. There was a lot of love. There was, but there was no.
Look, don't worry about it. I think you said the right thing. We're just he's got to learn on the fly. It's like any mission, right? He's going to learn.
Those were lines from a play that I was in. I don't know.
And Luke's trying to pay attention to the map and the briefing,
Those are just lines. Those are really good lines. It's much better in I just told him love like beans.
They were. I was sleeping with the writer.
And like Zygmunt's got like jealous energy going on. He's just like giving you the briefing, and like Luke is like, "Oh, concentrate on the briefing. Don't think about her." And like this briefing's going on while you're talking about your very complicated love lives.
Yeah, it's like, look, I just faked love like for a long time. All right,
I'm an actor.
Yeah, me and you, we're kind of the same here. All right.
They look at you as you're yelling.
Yeah.
Ziggy's like. And Ziggy looks at you two so suspicious as you're like chatting with each other over there, chatting.
I'm just going to look over at Ziggy and be like, what?
Briefing? Just briefing?
Oh, right. All right. Come on, Oscar. Let's finish up we have two briefings, really. I don't know. You're doing that. Me and Oscar are going to go figure out our mission.
You don't need to go anywhere. You can stay right here. I can show you what you're doing. Let me give you the map.
Right.
Are you sure you don't?
I want to come over.
I have an idea.
I'm going to come over to Zygmunt, and I'm going to put my hand on his back and just rest it there for a second. I'm just going to look over at Oscar. I got you.
I had a small idea.
Yeah.
What about if this one goes with Oscar on the mission to get the heroin, and then you, because you're good with talking, you're good with
non-negotiable. You see, here's what's going to happen. Oscar's so much better with a gun than I am, but also I'm so much better with a gun than you are. And your mission, you and Luke, doesn't even need a gun. It's just farmers without weapons. We are the armed ones. We're the SOE trained. I am SOE trained anyways. I'm all patched up, obviously, because you brought the best doctor in town. And and we're going to go and we're going to shoot a bunch of people and take a bunch of their drugs.
Well, if you want
the best way, put it out on the map. You tell me how this is not the best pairing.
All right. So look, the people here are coming out from Marseille. But again, if you wanted to just switch up the pairing, that would be fine. They're going to be driving in this way. I think that if you want to get outside of the main part of Paris, you go a bit farther out. You can hit them probably around here. You do your thing. I'll be this farmer's truck for me is coming from Lyon. So from Vichy, France, they'll be coming up this way from here, from the south. So I'll take you, Tango, if you'll go with me, or whatever.
You take Luke. You
whatever,
take Luke.
it's
That was
fine.
the plan. Is that you
It's
take
great.
Luke?
Yeah, it's fine. And then we will catch them on the south part of the city.
Are you okay, by the way?
Yes.
You seem on edge.
Yes.
Is it because I got shot?
No.
Is that why you're upset?
No, I don't care if you get shot. Unless it's because my partner, who's going to be my partner, is going to get killed. That'd be terrible, because then, we have... Anyway, so I say you take this road, and then I will take this other road. I just should probably mention that these criminals who are not important, they're just connected to the Corsicans and whatnot, they're probably also French Gestapo, so just because the French Gestapo is mostly these criminals, so just noting it, say,
I feel like they're all Gestapo, aren't they? Like, raise your hand if you're not Gestapo, right? That's what I
Luke
feel like
raises his hand.
Okay, no, there was a... No, it's fine. All right, well, you know the drill, Ziggy. It's time for our pre-mission sandwich. Let's go. Everyone ready?
I'll make the sandwiches.
You'll make I always make the
No,
sandwiches.
I'll make the sandwiches.
But
No, I'm going to make some.
But I am the sandwich artisan.
I know, but
here.
I'm going to make some. And what is your favorite sandwich, Oscar?
I'm watching my figure.
I'll make the sandwiches. I know
Well,
what
you know
your
what I
favorite
like.
sandwich. Yes, I do. I know exactly what your favorite sandwich is, and I will make sure I get it. Perfect.
All right, we're gonna say it on 3.
No, I'm
What
going.
my
He walks
favorite
out.
sandwich
He
is.
just walks out.
1, 2. All right.
And Luke is like, "What is going on in this room?"
I don't know. He's never made the sandwiches for a pre-meal sandwich, or pre-mission sandwich. He's real. Oh man. Oh, damn it, Oscar. You're right.
My bike is going to be my bike forever
I.
and ever and ever. And then he looks at Luke, and
Oh.
Oscar offers a genuine smile of sympathy. Luke, no one can help you with the affairs of the heart, but if you need advice that might be more beneficial,
I should talk to Regina. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And Sylvie. Wait. No, she would just tell you that you should probably sleep with everyone.
But I don't want to.
And yeah, it's probably best that you talk to Regina. All right.
Also, wait. She's older.
She's older. Oh, she's robbing a Crable? How much older?
She's in college, in the university.
But are you comfortable sharing her name?
I feel like I should not, right?
Yeah, don't
But
share her
it's-
name. I don't think it's
Okay.
necessary right now. Look, yeah,
Yes, chat. That is exactly what I was thinking as well.
She's in college. She's in university.
Okay. Well, just be careful with the older ones because they've had more experience, right?
Oh, so
She's probably had more boyfriends
okay.
than you've had girlfriends.
I've only had
right?
one. She's my first. So
This is your first? Wonderful. We are pretty sure she's not taking you for a ride, right? You look her in the eyes, you think she loves you back,
She
all that
does?
stuff. Okay. How do you know?
because she said so. I mean, she didn't say she loves me, but she, so
Okay. I'm not trying to cast doubt. You're in your love cloud with your love beans, spilling it all over the place. It's
Not
fine.
helping.
You're right. Not helping at all. Yeah, we're gonna go shoot some people. I think we're really good at that. I think we can help with that. And yeah, you just talk. I just want to help you, and I feel like I could somehow, but the words that are coming out are I just keep saying love beans all the time. I don't know. I think I'm just. What kind of sandwich do you want? Because I don't think Ziggy is gonna make you a sandwich.
Ziggy comes back with only one sandwich, and he drops it on the bed near you.
Yep, that's what I thought.
And he's like, all right, you, Luke, we are going. is our part.
You didn't
You
even
just
ask Luke about his sandwich.
doesn't need a
Everyone
sandwich.
gets a sandwich.
No.
Everyone.
Luke, come with me. I'm in charge. Let's go. I'm making you a bachelor party. And he,
Oh, Luke, you're coming to the bachelor party, right?
Luke says as he sort of pulled out.
Okay.
By
Am I
the
the
way,
only one who knows what a damn bachelor party
it
is?
is the perfect sandwich. It's exactly how you like it, as if he's paid attention to what your sandwich is.
Oh no!
It's just a thing. That's just a thing.
Oscar, look at this. This is perfect. Even cut the edges off. This is like precision work.
Gee, I wonder exactly why he would know all of these things.
Damn it! I'm eating this shame sandwich now. I don't want to lead him
Yes, you
on. It's a shame sandwich, Oscar. I'm going to eat it because it's perfect. But this shame sandwich is not going to taste great. I mean, it's going to taste great now, but I mean, like emotionally, it doesn't. Let's just go.
Let's just go shoot some Gestapo.
Would you like to do anything before you head out to shoot some criminals? You've got your map of the area. You've got a mark of where it's coming.
I wouldn't mind if we have time going to see Hannah so she can patch me up better.
Yeah, we can hand wave that stuff if you want to. But yeah, Oscar's definitely picking up his MP40.
Yep.
And I believe we have a couple. Don't we have those? We have explosives. We did. We don't have many.
You don't have them anymore. You lost them when you lost the club.
Yeah, but I don't have anything else.
Yep. So you're going to get your supplies. Anything else you want to do before you get out there?
Are we going to take the motorcycle? We could go cross country with that. That's the only thing I'm thinking. Then I will get that as well. It's my it's always going to be.
It's always going to be your motorcycle. We'll take your motorcycle.
I will give you a role for Hannah. I'll do that for you. She is actually a doctor, as opposed to a person.
I suppose that fake doctor we were just working with.
You know, it's going to be hard to get a doctor to take care of those women. So you get people who do it. And it's partly what Hannah was talking about, that it's kind of hard to find people who are good that way. It's, it can be a problem. She has got, let me see. That will not help her right now. That was a terrible roll. That was an awful roll. You're going to have to wait. She patches you up, but it's she'll have
she
to
gets another bullet out, but there's still 3 bullets in me or something, right?
And she's like, I'm gonna have to. She's gonna need a bit more time, and you have, right?
Yeah. I was like, hey, I got 7 bullets in me and 30 minutes. Do you mind doing something?
She triages as best she can, and she's a little frustrated that you're going to leave, but she's hanging out in the basement. It's fine. She does her best to patch you up. But she's like, if you would come back, you have to go out. All right, but I would prefer you come back. It's this is not looking good. You need a bit of rest and antibiotics, which I do not currently have, but I will.
Hannah, it's fine. I've been describing love as a bag of beans. Okay, I'm doing.
You mentioned the word love, and her face falls.
I'm just not.
And she just starts sterilizing her gear. Good luck.
By that I mean I'm great, right? I'm good.
Is Regina going on this mission as well? If so, you should keep her safe.
No, she's not going on this mission.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, don't get shot again because it's not looking good. You need antibiotics. So.
Definitely be getting shot again. I'm sorry to tell you, but it's just going to have to happen. I know it's going to happen. This guy over here will probably get shot at and nothing. It was just his pecs are just going to bounce the bullets off. But me, no, I just keep getting shot or maimed or gassed. I get, you know what? That's fine.
Oscar,
we're just gonna
Oscar, could I have a word very quickly, if you don't mind?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to eat my sandwich outside and smoke a cigarette. How
Okay,
about that?
okay.
Wait for you guys.
Oscar, maybe I should ask Tango, but I don't want to because his foot is always in his mouth somehow. Do you think if you're going to be doing these things, and I know you cannot do these things, not in the city but if you're, could you get some sort of protection, some sort of armored vest or something? I don't like this wandering around out there without something. Could you?
Thank you for your concern. I think that it is a matter of being more careful with our approach. This has been a trying few weeks, months for all of us.
It's just
How are you?
I'm all right, of course, always. So
There's one thing that you could do for me. It's very important.
yes, of
Something
course,
that you promised me a long time ago. Do you remember what this was?
that I would not die.
Mm-hmm. I made a promise to your parents when I first met them, and they thought that we were courting one another. When this day is through, I would like to have a dance.
All right, but I warn you, I was trained from very small in waltz and fine.
This I have heard, and this is why I must experience the legs beyond the doctor.
Will you do me one favor though? There's a condition.
Sure.
You are not to tell Regina that I also studied ballet. Don't do it. Don't tell her. Don't tell her at all. Don't. Okay.
I won't.
Oscar, thank you.
Well, thank you. You are the ones that keeps us all together. The ones that you do not. So it is of the utmost importance putting us back together. You are the ones that keeps us together.
Well, I hope so. I hope so. One day, Oscar, I might ask you for advice on something.
As long as this is not love, I've had
No.
a terrible evening with that.
No, it's not love. It's war.
This I know well.
All right. So, perhaps later, in a few days, I have some work to do, questions to ask. So,
One last request that I would make of you. When we share this dance, I do not wish to share it with the doctor. I wish to share it with the dancer.
oh well, I'm very rusty, but okay. I don't know if
I'm not sharing it with anyone else.
No,
just you.
I know. I was given an invitation to a party, and I was told that it was Regina's ex-lover's party. So,
She is awful.
Hello, Wandering DM. It is nice to have you here. Thank you for being here. I'm just saying that I was given this invitation to me personally for this place, and I think that it has affected Regina, and I just want you to look out for her because something's happening, and I don't know all of the details, but she's been looking for me for a while through friends, so...
I cannot tell you what to do. Your life is your own. but this woman, she is not kind.
No. I don't know what happened between her and Regina, but it makes me happy to know that Regina can love after what that woman did to her, whatever it was, but Regina was alone for a very long time. Probably until last month. She's around all these people, and she gives a lot to everyone else, but she's been alone, and I think it was this woman who did this to her, and the woman she loves is in London, and she's separated from the woman she loves, and that is terrible for her. If you could just keep her safe, but not in this way with bullets and all of that, but I mean, that too as well, of course, but if you could just... I think she's homesick, or I don't know, but you're spending so much time with her, and if you could just make sure her heart is okay. If you could. She's clearly in so much pain right now, and I can't help her, so if you would, just don't... There's something I cannot tell her, but you can. Or in your own way, I don't know. German. When people are hurt, sometimes they do things that will hurt themselves, and I'm afraid she will hurt herself. Not physically, but in her soul, and she's a good woman. She's just in a lot of pain, and she will not speak of it with anyone, so maybe you could, because I cannot, so because it's not my place. So if you would, just... I would appreciate it if you would.
He would, if she'll allow it, he would hug Hannah. And when he would pull back, there would be tears that haven't dropped yet, but they'd be in the corner of his eyes.
Hers have.
Yeah. Where were you when we were in Rome? You must, I will do all that you say. But of all of the people here, I believe that Luke needs to talk to you.
Me? Is he hurt?
Not yet.
Is he ill?
He is in love.
Oh, well. All right. I will speak to him. I will speak with him. That will give me something to do. Okay. Go speak with her. Just be gentle, be kind. Don't let her sabotage herself.
I will be back for the dance.
I will get my shoes. And it's chilly in this sort of abandoned mine, and she like wipes the tear a little bit and sits, and she waves you off as you and Tango, I suppose, are going to go and have a lovely afternoon? A lovely evening of just...
I'm assuming that the drop's going to happen in the evening, right? The drive-in has to be. It has to be dark at night, right? Yeah. On the way, on the bike.
But not so late that it will look suspicious, but like just late enough that it's dark because it's winter.
Right.
But it would still make sense that somebody coming in, oh, it's been a long drive. So it's one of those things where they're not coming at 2 a.m. It's probably like 8 in the evening, something like that.
There's 2 ways that we can do this. This is all on the back of the bike, like the travel montage.
Travel montage.
And he would yell over his shoulder, We have to see what type of trucks they're driving. We can always drop down on top of them. We could take it without firing a shot.
Yeah, I like that. We'll see. We'll assess when we see the truck. But if it's worth it to, I'm not exactly at 100%, and I know you probably could take them all yourself, but you shouldn't have to. And ideally, whatever's the cleanest.
Would you like to make a tradecraft to figure the best ambush point?
I only have tradecraft forgery.
No, you have tradecraft, but you have a specialization in forgery, which gives you an extra bonus.
Oh, right. Okay, well, I'll do that. That's a 1.
Would you like to succeed at a major cost?
Buddy, I'm not sure you can.
I can't do, no, I'm just going to not have a great plan.
All right, that's fine. It's fine.
Yeah, I can't, like anything right now. Now,
I'd love to help you. I don't have it. Yeah.
Yeah, anything right now, like, is just...
You try to find a good place. You're like, this looks good enough as like a choke point.
Yeah.
How would you like to, Oscar, set up this location?
There are 2 ways to do this. It depends upon how frequently used the road is. I doubt that it is much because of that you don't usually pick some place that's, if at all possible, what he would do is, pull a tree out into the road, something that would cause them to slow down from a distance. And, if he could leave the tree where it's like halfway across the road, kind of diverting for a stretch of 25 or 30 yards, kind of off road. And he would find the best place to put that where he could get into the tree that they would be driving under, so he could drop down into the truck.
Give me physique.
That's this.
Give me some physique is what I want. I would like a physique.
That's good, yeah.
It is good. Tell me, I would like you to tell me, well, don't tell me. Tell Tango how you rip down this tree with your rippling muscles.
This is the beginning of Commando.
Yeah.
Where, the tree falls. And
one of my favorite scenes of any action movie is just like him, where there's like a helicopter just finds him somewhere and he's like, oh,
right. Alyssa Milano's his daughter.
Yeah,
all that shit just drops. Yeah, so that's what it is. And basically, he would strip down and he would find like a fallen dead and just pull it like from the forest out forward. I'm assuming so much of the dead would probably be used for fire because of the need for heat. But he would be able to go back in far enough where he could use the snow and everything to kind of pull it out. And when he would get it out there, he would angle it so it would basically, let me see, I'll do it on the...
And here you all, folks.
Yeah.
Got a lovely map for you all.
Like pull it out so it does that with the idea that they would drive like in this direction outside and then he would hide in that tree right there.
So by the way, you have an ambush aspect. I will also say you have dark and snowy is another aspect that you have in this place. Because, it's dark and snowy. That's just hanging out for you. Because I care. Stealth? I assume you want to be hiding.
Yeah, that's and again, not to Stiver is control of his own character here. But if you want to stay back a little bit, I don't want you to soak any more damage. That's Greg talking meta-wise.
I'm happy for you to soak more damage.
Yeah, what if we start mapping all this out and it's just very, like, at this point he's lost enough blood and he's just kind of babbling.
You've been bandaged up.
He's bandaged up, and I'm just going to be at the back with the motorcycle, in case something goes super south, and he's just going to ready his gun. And if something goes super south, he's going to ride in on a motorcycle, I guess, and help out.
He runs some people over. I don't know.
Or run some people over or something.
How good's your drive?
Okay.
That is exactly right, by the way, Chad. Oscar does not want to explain to Sylvie why Tango did not come home. That is precisely...
my drive is mediocre, which is basically not trained.
Yeah, that's right. It's cool. So you are setting up, and it is freezing cold. It is cold. Somewhere across town, on the other side, you've got a young man and your best German friend setting up for their ambush instead. And as you set yourself up, can I get stealth
From both of us?
Mhm.
Damn it.
Okay. You always have the option of succeeding at a... Cool. Do you want to just fail that stealth, or would you like to succeed at a cost?
Can I spend a...
So you still have 2 action points, or 2
Yep.
fate points.
Mhm.
Yeah, can I spend a fate point to get that to 3? Because that's what the
Yeah.
success is, right?
Oh, that's a
success.
tie. 3's a tie.
And we got, what, 2 fate points left on the group?
Yep.
Yeah.
And one group fate point, and Oscar has 2 of his own.
I say you spend both of your fate points to get you up, and I'm going to try to spend both of those fate points to get me up.
There's only
And
3
we're
total.
just done.
Well,
no,
you
he
could-
has 2.
yeah. He has 2.
2 personal, and then there's 2 on the
One.
on the board.
One on the
there's
board.
1 on the board? Oh, I
Mhm.
see 2. Sorry.
Those are free aspects for you.
Oh.
They're just hanging.
Do we have aspects that we can invoke here?
You do. You have dark and snowy.
ambush. Yeah, we have dark and snowy.
Yep.
And how much that gives us 2, right?
Yes, 2 apiece. Or you can wait to see how they roll with their visibility. Just see how they do. Like, you can leave it at the 1 and see how they go.
Oh yeah, let's do that, and then we'll see what we have to throw in here, which could be awful anyway. This all might be for not trying to get to wherever it is. So
Yeah.
So as you're there, sort of in the cold, dark, and the snow, and this road you're in clearly has not been driven, that there may have been tracked, but they've been sort of come over. And you're waiting in the quiet, and it's that moment, when you're in a... Do you know how it is when you're in a place that's covered in snow and you can hear everything so much crisper? Like, all of a sudden, like, there's something about the acoustics of snow where you can just hear everything. And as you're hiding, you, I believe, are in a tree. And you are back with a motorcycle.
Yeah.
You can hear it. You hear a motor. It's far off yet. You're in a forested area, sort of northwest of Paris, and you're waiting. And you can hear the sound of this vehicle coming closer and closer over time, approaching. It's got a pretty decent engine, so you know this is probably the truck. It's about the time it's supposed to be here. And as you wait, you can see it coming into view, and it is it's a truck. And this truck is a flatbed, no top, but it has a tarp over it. What you can see is hay. It looks like this is a truck that is transporting hay. It's got a front cabin. There are 2 men inside this truck, sort of a driver and a person next to the driver. And despite the fact that it is December the 8th, it is freezing and miserable, there is a 3rd man sitting in the flatbed, like amongst the hay. Oscar, you're like, ooh, doesn't look like a farmer to me. Both of you have of your background. Looks like a tough guy. A person who is perhaps used to violence. None of the people there look particularly like farmers, is what I would say. They've got sort of like dark hair, a little bit slicked back. As they're approaching, like one of you can kind of just tell has a broken nose or has had their nose broken a couple of times. And they are driving carefully, and they are approaching.
Oscar would have his MP40, his pistol, and his knife, the knife of which he's beginning to prepare for this.
They come closer. Tango, they're coming closer. They're approaching the area.
Go on.
They slow down as they approach this fallen tree to maneuver around it. They turn off a little bit to the side to maneuver around this tree, slowing down so that they can basically not go off the road, not mess up their drivetrain. They want to make sure everything's all right. Just being very careful not to draw too much attention. And they're going to keep going, moving around.
And if he hasn't been spotted, then Oscar's going to drop down on the one in the bed.
Let's get some awareness from these fellas.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. That's a 2.
Okay, so with that awareness, would 1 fate point then beat them?
Yes. And you can use your dark and snow if you like as well.
That's
or,
what I do.
or maybe you would have...
Yeah, can we just both use dark and snowy and beat them?
Well, there's a free one on dark and snowy, so you might want that one because you don't have any personal fate points
Yeah,
left.
you take dark and snowy, and then
I'll take dark and snowy.
we have a free aspect of the ambush too, right?
Yes, you do. Yes, you can use that as well.
Yeah, I'm going to use that one right now.
Mm-hmm. They don't see you, right? They're not noticing you as you sort of move through. And since they do not notice you, you get to go first.
So he wants to drop down behind him into the hay, just literally pulling and lowering down. And as he comes down, he's bringing his knife into the side of the man's neck, just like hilt deep into the side to keep silence and to kill. You need a fight here, right?
I do need a fight. I'm just going to note, everyone, there is a total of 3 fate points total on the table for our heroes. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Let's do it.
I know.
So
you got to do it.
Now, with fight, I have my stunt, which is I can fight multiple combatants with a bonus of +2 to fight. So I'm against... The odds are not in my favor. So, and then does the knife give me +1? I'm assuming, right?
No, it adds to your damage.
Adds my damage. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you hit,
Fantastic.
if you make it, then you get a +1 to your shifts.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. So I get a +2. I'll roll that with it.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Damn. Is that my +2? Yep.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, that's great for you. It's not that great. He's going to you pounce upon him, and we have a tie.
I'm going to spin the dice. I'm going to roll the dice again to re-roll that with a fate point because that is one of the most awful rolls I've ever had.
What's the aspect?
The aspect is the show must go on, and that was not good enough.
That is fair. That is fair. Re-roll.
Come on. Fantastic.
Yes.
So you beat him by 3, but you get the bonus of 1, so you beat him by 4. Right there. You stab him right in the neck, and that is going to be 4. You jab your knife in his neck. He is not dead. He's not dead. He is bleeding profusely, and he's sort of like disoriented, but he's angry. He's angry, but he has a consequence, right? That he's bleeding profusely from the neck. It's his consequence. So you would, and he grabs his neck. Who do you pass your turn to? You have 4 people that you could give it to next.
Okay, so did I succeed high enough to get any type of style points on that?
You have a choice. When you succeed in an attack, you can keep it as it is, right? That's a full 4 on him. Or you can reduce that damage by 1 and take a boost.
And what would the boost be? Like, give me an example.
You can just use that in combat next time around. Like, you've got him off balance. You've got his sight. So basically, it will help you, like, in your next go around with this one. You can use it.
Okay, so then what I'm going to do is I can't get Tango involved yet. I'm going to take that boost and reduce that by 1, but he has the knife in as he... He's
still bleeding all over the place from the neck, and he just sort of sits up. Now, I need to know before I say what he does, who do you pass this to?
I'm going to pass it to him.
Okay. I just need to let you know, for the record, you have a boost, and he has a consequence, which has a free invoke on it for you. He sees you. You have just jumped on him. You've got your neck in your knife in his neck. He is going to he's going to grab the gun that he has in the hay, and he is going to shoot you. Is what he's going to do, because that's what people like that do. Right. And I will let you know it is a rifle, and that is a dangerous weapon. He rolls a 7.
Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What do I roll there? Physique?
Athletics.
Athletics.
He opens up and he just goes pop, 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 as blood is streaming down the side of his neck.
All right. So that's good, which is not a bad roll for that. I'm going to use the boost, which gives me 1, right?
Gives you 2, which up to 5.
2, gives me up to 5.
Also,
and then the aspect of his uses consequence as well, right?
Yes, you can. That puts him up to 7.
And then I'll use my last fate point to take us to 9. So I can.
Or you can just leave it at that and keep your fate point. And if you do, he just gets a boost on you, but he's not going to be able to do any damage to you. Oh no, actually you need it because he's got the rifle damage, yeah. Because that's a 7 plus his rifle damage. So if you tie it, if you go to 9, you will take 1 shift. 1 physical shift.
That's all I can do, so I'm gonna have to do it.
Yep. That'll be a stress for you.
Got it.
He is going to pass it to the fellow driving the car, his buddy. The person driving the car is like, what is happening? And he's going to... This is what he's going to do. He's going to try to knock you both off. He's going to drive erratically, trying to knock you both off the vehicle because something is happening. And so he's going to sort of basically speed up, slow down, jerk to the right in the middle of snow. And he's going to see if he can... that's a 4. I'm going to need an athletics from you of a 4. And also from this other fellow. Mm-hmm.
Woo, here we go. Let's do it.
All right. The fellow that you have just stabbed, there goes all of that for him. He has to take another consequence. His consequence is that he is, at this point in time, he has shot you. He falls backward as the car jerks back and forth, and he ends up falling backwards and hanging onto the side of the truck. He's able to sort of catch himself before he drops off the side of this truck. So he's holding on as he's sort of dangling precariously from the side of the truck. You do need to cover 2 stress, two shifts.
I need to cover 2 shifts
Mm-hmm.
for. Okay.
Which is, you can take either mental or physical, either one. Mental if this is really stressing you out. Physical if you're going to get a little bit of a,
And I just fill in the box for that, right?
You just take your stress. Yeah, just do your stress for your stress box because you've got like a lot of stress you can take.
Okay, so I'm just going to take 2 mental then.
Yeah, so your 2 stress box.
This isn't going the way he thought it was, so he's.
Yeah, the other guy who's the passenger is going to lean out of the car with a pistol, and he's going to shoot at you because it's his go next. And there's badness here. He's gonna roll a 1. It's not great. I need your athletics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He shoots at you. He does not hit you at all. Passes it to Tango. Tango, you see
Things aren't going
this truck moving erratically. You see one guy hanging off the side of this truck. You see Oscar you've not taken any damage, have you? It's only been stress so far?
Just stress. Yeah. I haven't taken any.
But it looks bad.
It looks bad. Like maybe he's got like a bit of a cut. Like maybe he's got like a powder burn. Like it's like maybe a small graze, bullet wound.
It's not going how I thought Oscar would kill everybody real quick, right?
And the car's going back and forth, and it's
I'm gonna go ahead. start driving a motorcycle to catch up to them. And I would like to take, if I can, I don't know what you would like me to do, but in this scene, what I do is I think I see it go by, and I start seeing all the stuff happening, and I'm like, no, I'm gonna go out there and try to be the bail this guy out. But so I'm gonna
This is
start
Oscar,
the motorcycle. Yeah, I know it's Oscar.
He's in trouble.
Yeah. I'm going to start the motorcycle. I'm going to start trailing him. And I imagine it's still ice. Like, it's not like this guy can go and it's a big giant truck. So it's like, it's probably real easy for me to.
He's driving unwisely is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd like to do is take a shot at the guy who's holding on for dear life. That seems like an easy pickings thing. So I'm going to take a shot at that guy. And my first shot, I can use to deceive.
Oh, yes, you can, because it's a surprise.
Yeah, it's a surprise. Surprise. Yeah. Never trust Tango.
By the way, that guy's, he has an aspect hanging off a truck. So I want you to know that is happening for him. He's hanging off this truck. He's going to try. He rolls a 3 to your 4. Plus you get your bonus. How would you like to take him out?
I think he's dangling, and I think Oscar looks over and is maybe like in the movie moment of this, he's starting to pull himself up. But as he does, like Tango comes by on the motorcycle, you can see like Tango kind of come into view, and even though he's wrapped up in bandages and stuff, he takes his gun out, and it's just like pure professional, just shot right in the back of the head, and his head just like explodes out forward.
Oscar, take no points of blood in your face damage. Just right there.
Nice.
Yeah, just in your face. Who would you like? Who would you like to pass it to? I don't want to make any assumptions. You can pass it to you could pass it to the driver.
Oscar.
You could pass it to the guy with the gun who's shooting at Oscar.
Alrighty. So yeah, it looks like I've got it. So this is how this plays out. And again, talking about shit before you roll is always a terrible idea.
I'm here for you.
Especially since I have no fate points.
Yes.
So I can't re-roll this. I can't.
Oh, we have no safety net, y'all. Like
none.
Like,
so yeah, this is me talking about a roll before I make it, which we all know who play TTRPGs. It's a terrible thing to do. But
I'm going to note that there is one fate point left on the table. One group fate point. That is the last one.
Right.
Okay. Well, with that, even with that, seeing Tango take the shot and take the guy out, Oscar's hair has gotten longer at this point, and as it's kind of down in his face, he'd flick it back up as everything's going crazy, and he would pull out his MP40 and just at the back of the cab of the truck, just spray the entire back of it, just around shoulder level, knowing that they're both in there. And I am going to mow down. Now I'm going to fire everything I've got. I'm with a member of myself, so I get my bonus. I'm burning all the ammo in the MP40.
Just let you use both of them. You hit both of them at the same time. That's a shoot.
What do I add to that? It's a shoot, and then I get my stunt, which is 2. And then the gun itself isn't damaged. It's a +3, right?
Yeah,
is that how we did it before?
Yeah, but you don't put the +3 on until after you finish the roll.
Until after. Okay.
Because if you miss, it won't make you hit, but if you hit, you get 3 more. Okay. And you added your +2 already?
I added the +2 already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dang.
That could potentially be a 9. Just noting it. Just gonna say it. Now they're going to they're gonna try. So that was good. That was great. That was a 0 that they rolled. I have a fate point left, and I will use it. My last one.
But will it help you?
I hope it will. So that's a 2. Where's your 6, which becomes a 9?
But I can throw our final group fate point on there, can I?
Yes, you can.
And that's what he would do. He's just going to stand and circle in the back of that thing and just fire into the back an entire clip as the MP40 is spraying out bullets.
I just love I love the scene in my mind where it's like this snowy background, but then he's but the flare of the gun just
So would you like to know a secret? A mechanical secret? The number you need to kill them is a 9.
That's what we got, right?
So how do you take them out?
Yes.
So, and this,
How do you do it? How do you do it?
I'll add this in for both my GM and my fantastic partner this evening. You see something, Tango, that you haven't seen before with Oscar, because the killing in the bar was done in darkness.
Yeah.
And even though this is dark, you know, with the flare of the MP40, his face is perfectly illuminated by that fire coming out of the machine gun. He walks up, and as the truck is moving, he begins to take his shots, but he steps forward and puts his foot into the shattered glass, grabs hold of the top of the cab, and one-handed fires the gun into the back, into the corpses.
Oh.
And you see that Oscar is smiling as he does it.
Ooh, wow.
As he just takes them all, and just, you hear the bodies being riddled, that smack of meat, and he continues to fire until the clip is empty.
Tango, I need an athletics or a physique from you, or a drive. I need one of those 3. And I need you to roll well. Right now. Before it's too late. You have no fate points, and you need to roll either physique or athletics or drive. One of those 3.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, would you like to succeed at a major cost?
I'll ask you this. I will not wreck his bike.
You will not. That will not be the cost.
Okay.
Will you do it?
You know what? This is probably the final scene of the night, and I'm going to go ahead and do it.
Give a little epilogue.
Yeah.
You see this. You see the smile on his face. You see this. Can I get a will roll from you, my dearest Oscar? As you go into this sort of battle space, I want to see how this is doing for you. I imagine good is good enough for you. You might take a bit of stress, perhaps. I feel like this is probably this carnage is probably not really affecting him too much.
He's going to take his stress, but here's the stress that he takes, my dearest GM.
I'm ready for it.
In this moment, in his rage that filters and matriculates down for the next several hours, he forgets to meet Hannah for their dance.
Yeah. Tango, you need to save him. He is not paying attention to what's happening on the road.
Right, because there's no one driving.
There's no one driving. And this car is being driven erratically.
Right.
And we're on ice.
It's probably fishtailing.
It's fishtailing, and he is standing outside of this vehicle.
Yeah.
And you see the hazard coming up. You see the car slipping out of control, and you can see that he does not see it. He's not in it.
So I'm trying to drive up to the side of it. I'm trying to figure it out, right? And there's too much gunfire. And even after that, his ears are probably still ringing from everything that's going on. He has the mad Joker grin, all that.
How do you save him, and how do you get hurt in the process?
Let's see. Oh, I already said I wouldn't want to wreck his bike.
It's not the bike.
But it's fine. I'm going to try to...
The truck is gonna flip.
Yeah. Oh, man.
But you can save him.
It's just weird in my mind. I don't know how to do that with...
You're up beside the truck. You know what I mean? Like you have maneuvered up there.
I get it. I think what I'm going to do is, I know it's going to flip, but maybe what I can do is jump from his bike onto the driver's side, right? So I'm going to do that, and yeah, his bike will just like
Yeah.
go off,
Yeah.
right? Like it's fine. I might have some dings and dents. I just don't want it to be destroyed. Because I did not want to feel the wrath of Oscar on that one. But so I'm gonna jump off that and land onto the side of the truck.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna climb my way in.
Yeah.
And I am on death's door anyway. Not
Yes,
death's
yes, you
door,
are.
but I'm not. Okay, I'm on death's door. But the point is, I'm going to reach in, I'm going to take the wheel and take it away from the hazard, which is actually going to push him backwards into the hay where he's safe with the hay all around him. And, but it's going to smash me against the tree, like as, you know what I mean? Like brush and whatever things start sticking me and smashing me up. So at that point, and so I don't know if it's gonna flip as much as it's like Oscar's gonna be fine.
Yeah, it doesn't flip. You're able to take control of the car, but in the process, you smash into the tree, and you're gonna take a consequence, a concussion.
Yeah.
And there you are, with this truck stopped.
And like to be unconscious when that happens.
Ooh, and you're unconscious.
I'm conscious.
You are unconscious. Absolutely. Absolutely. You're unconscious.
Okay.
Yeah, then Oscar would
absolutely
be, Tango, and he saw what happened, and he would kind of come out of it himself as he climbs over, and
Tango's bleeding from the head. He's not moving.
He thinks he's dead. And so he looks at him, and immediately he would not move him. He would check for his breath. And as soon as he would feel anything, he would pull him out of the vehicle, to get him away from it, to get him, and take him over to the snow in a pile similar to something that he hid in earlier that evening.
Yeah.
And sit him down. Tango. And I think that's probably where the camera would pull out.
Tango, I'm going to count what you did as a concession, that what you did is you conceded the conflict.
Yeah.
I will give you 2 fate points for that, 1 for the concession and 1 for the consequence. Because you conceded to get out of there. So you're going to just get 2 fate points, my friend. Because which actually means I think you're winning. The fate point chicken, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
I give.
You win.
I give.
And
Stiver wins.
All you got to do is kill your character off.
Let me ask you how you get Tango unconscious, bloody, and the heroine back into Paris. And do you do anything with those bodies, with the truck? What do you do? Because you've got this moment.
Well, the good news is it's snowing. And so he would take the bodies, and he would, like where the tree had fallen, he puts the bodies down in that rut, allows the snow to cover them. They'll be found springtime, along with all the other bodies in all the other places in Europe.
Yep.
And with the fact that I'm sure he shattered both the rear and the forward glass of the truck, he would just break out the rest of the glass, and much like Ralphie in A Christmas Story, he would fake it. Then hope that just nobody just sees that there's no glass in his car. Put his motorcycle under the
tarp
blanket, the tarp, head into where they had designed to meet. But the entire time he's just looking in the passenger seat that's probably sprayed with blood and God knows what, and has his friend unconscious and he realizes what he did to bring him to that point.
What you did. And here's your cliffhanger. Because I love you. You arrive at the space which is outside of Paris, right? Sort of outside, kind of a meetup where you and Ziggy and Luke are supposed to meet so that you can figure out the best way in. And at this point, it's pretty dark and it's pretty late. And as you're driving up, you can see another one of these trucks It's there. The truck is there. And Luke is outside of the truck pacing. Ziggy has got a black eye. He's sitting on the truck, on these barrels of wine, sullen, a little angry. And something is wrong. Truck's there. Everything is fine, I suppose, but clearly something's up.
What just happened? As he pulls up in this blasted truck of his own.
And as you pull up, you see the people who were in the truck. They're not dead. They are tied up. 2 people. Jeanette and Hannah's father, who had the winery and the farm. And it is clear that there has been some sort of altercation between Luke and Ziggy about the prisoners.
What to do with them.
About
My
what
man,
to do with them.
Luke. That's right.
And there they are, Jeanette and Hannah's father, inside the sort of in the truck still. And she looks to you with relief. And that's where we're going to hold it for the time. That's our episode. That's it. You know, our Tango loves a good sacrifice. I'm just going to offer you that one right there, my friend. I want to thank you all for being here. That was amazing. I think I might be dying. I am. I think I'm dying. It's cool. I'm dead. Yeah. Whew. I would like to, first off, thank everyone who has just donated bits for the cast, for the love. Give them the love. And so we have Rissa, who's donated 1,000 bits, who says, this is the best, and just came in at the very end and said, Luke done good. And then also Your Turn, My Turn with 200 bits saying, sacrifice! And this is just for those who know, in Fate, you can always concede a conflict, and if you do, you get to decide how you go out, and then you can save, right? Like, save our fellow. My dearest friends, I love this. This was amazing. I would love for you all to just say who you are, where we can find you, and give some love to your partner today. Give your love to your partner. Tell them what you loved about them the best. And just here's your secondary question. How are you feeling excited about telling Regina what happened? That's the secondary question. So we're gonna start with Stiver because we started with Greg last time.
Hello, everybody. I am James Stiver. You can find me all things social media. I am Stiver. And you can find me on Mondays doing Cyberpunk Sonata. We got 3 more episodes left. So it's really weird that it's like, wow, has it been a month? Yeah, we're doing 2 months on and then maybe a couple months off, but it depends because life gets real weird and busy. So who knows when Cyberpunk Sonata will come back on when it's done. But it's been basically it's a gang soap opera, and I couldn't be happier. Everyone's hamming it up, so it's great. I don't want to tell her anything about any decision I've made because all my decisions have legitimately been bad.
Have they? You just saved
been in
Oscar.
the right heart. No, I'm talking about the beginning.
Oh.
I don't know if that was bad. It was just like he's trying to act out of his heart, and he's just not thinking about himself on it.
Yeah.
And he should be also thinking about himself, to balancing act of that. So no, he's not.
Give your love.
Also, sorry.
Give your love.
God, there was just so many. I think my favorite. So, let's see, what's my favorite? I think the action scene. I mean, there are a lot of great role play moments. I mean, it's hard. Greg over here asking to give some love for role play moments, like all of them. Thank you. Like the entire 4 or 5 hours we play, it's all Greg, and I'm just hanging off by a on his by his boot or something. But that whole action scene that he pulled off, like I just thought it was just cool. I just thought it was super cool. Like give me that action, that 80s that we asked for, that 80s action movie, and he just pulled it off. Like I could just see that moment. So I thought that was super cool. And Trooper playing Hannah, I thought that was a brilliant moment too, just coming across with that. And one more thing, I think playing back and forth, I don't know if you had that in mind with Ziggy, that he had that he has a crush
I've been
on.
foreshadowing it.
Okay.
I have been like some people in chat notice, but I have foreshadowed this earlier. Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe this is why I'm single, because I don't see this kind of shit. But I didn't really see it coming too much until we go,
I bet Greg saw it.
That was a real moment for me to just go, oh.
Yeah, they've been seeing it.
Damn it, chat.
He's been just slightly weirdly jealous here and then. Just little things here and there. Mm-hmm.
Just little things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, congratulations on adding that dynamic. I loved it. So
y'all have worked together for a very long time. You know what I mean? You've done all sorts of shenanigans. He's been basically asking you to marry him, sort of, kind of low key for a while. Being like, don't you want to like stay in Paris with me and be a gang boss?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, not really.
Let me pass it over to Greg, who
get it.
Who Siggy doesn't like very much right now. Is all I'm gonna say.
I would like to think that Siggy has no problem with Greg. No. Oscar, he's not a real fan of.
Ziggy loves Greg, but Ziggy's like, who is this Oscar? I don't like it.
Right. This was absolutely a blast. I was looking forward to this all week because I get to play with two of my very favorite people, two of my other very favorite people. I'll get to see in 2 weeks, hopefully, when we play. But this is just, I love the world. I love the GM. Having an entire session devoted to just Oscar and Tango seemed like it was just, for a long time, there was never a chance to have it. And then this seemed just like the right time for the two of them to just get into some shit. Mm-hmm. And it turned out pretty much like I thought it would. I didn't have super high expectations for it, but the fact that Tango saved Oscar's life, and Oscar slipped. He slipped like he's been killing for years now. Mm-hmm. And when brought to that situation, if he had been more reserved and focused, he wouldn't have put Tango in that situation, but he wasn't, and he did. And as far as Regina, I don't think Oscar doesn't fear Regina's like wrath or anything like that. He doesn't fear her disappointment or anything any more than he would fear his own. So, it's Regina could be a taskmaster outside, but he's going to be hard enough on himself inside. Missing the dance with Hannah is going to haunt him. And not that it can't be reapproached or anything like that, but that's narratively, that's how I'm going to approach it.
But also, Germans don't like being late. So, I lived in Germany. I'm just saying, they don't like being late. It's a thing. So, like, missing that dance is,
Right. And again, with Chris Evans being missing dances is a bad thing. And it seems to, hopefully it can end the same way. But I absolutely loved it. All the scenes were fantastic. The scene in Rome was both comedic and held a weight that I think is something that is a defining moment for Oscar, because even though it was funny, it also had a lot about him in it. And I sometimes I struggle to be able to bring that out, but I loved it. And again, Tango was fantastic, and the rest of the world was amazing, Trooper. And that's the world that you bring, buddy. And you crush it every time when you turn and literally and figuratively wear these different hats for all these different characters. And I love it, bud. It's just the best.
I'm going to just say I'm a little worried about Oscar's heart, but I'm just going to be a GM over here and be a little bit worried about Oscar's heart. It's cool. It's fine. I'm just a little worried. It's okay. It's fine.
And also, yes, I absolutely love the phone call with Dot, who just jumped on because because I'm such an, I'm like, I don't think you do it ever again. And that was like, I'm getting on, fine. She was incredibly nice and jumped on, and we had a great little exchange, which I loved very much. And,
Yeah, I think the funniest movie, because some of the scenes in Rome were really, really funny, like super fun. Like, I mean, us trying to describe like what this.
By the
kid
way,
should do
that kiss
about
was
love.
so romantic, and I was like, oh, I hope Oscar doesn't have his heart broken. I'm so worried about this right now. I'm just so worried, but it's fine. It's fine.
No, I think Oscar sees Tango for who he is. Like, I don't know. Like, anyways, but no, I just think what was more hilarious, one of the most hilarious, like those two trying to be cute at the end, and just like, you want to hang up? And it was just really funny, like those two just trying to be like, you're still on?
Yeah. Oh, so good. So good.
It was perfect.
And I would just say, I'm not online, but if you would like to check out my son do awesome things with the Awkward Teenager podcast, you can go visit him over on Twitter at Pod Awkward. He and his buddy tackle all the big issues of the day as seen through the lens of a freshman in high school. And I'm obviously jaded, but it's fantastic. A lot of big announcements, incredible stuff he has coming up, which I can't believe, but I can believe, but I can't believe just because of its craziness. But go check it out. It's awesome. Anyway, back to you, Trooper. Love you all. Love chat. Thank you for being so engaged. You are every bit a part of what I love about this world, chat. Incredible community filled with fantastically kind people. So proud to be a part of it.
And I love all the things y'all are talking about in chat. Y'all are the best. And I just put Greg's son's Twitter and webpage over there in the chat, and I'm going to remember that for later. I'm troopersjp, and I was the instigator, but they said they were going to take all the compels, so I was like, okay. Ta-da. When in Rome. Thank you. I love this cast. I think it's amazing. I love thinking about all these things and sort of figuring out how to sort of bring some of these things to life. I will say that you can find me, what is today? Friday? Tomorrow, normally I play The Outer Worlds, which is a video game on my channel at noon, but I will not be doing that tomorrow because instead at 1 p.m., you can find me over at Roll For It, the channel Roll For It, for a special two-shot, the Fear Inside, which is a gumshoe game. It's like we're going to be forensic investigators with psychic powers, investigating scary, horrible, scary things. And Margaret Crone is going to be our GM. And those of you who've been around for a really long time know her as one of the amazing players in Night Witches. And I'm really looking forward to this. It's going to be a pretty cool crew for 2 Saturdays in a row. So come and see me. And then Saturday night at 6 p.m., you can find me I'm pretty sure it was 1 o'clock, right? I'm pretty sure. People will know. You can find me over at Weave the Tale, where I will be GMing Fate of Cthulhu, another Fate game, Fate of Cthulhu, The Return of Carcosa, and I've got twins. I've got evil twins. Jackie Dash, who's amazing. The entire cast is amazing. Jackie Dash has agreed. I DM'd her and I was like, hey, Jackie Dash, you just came back from the future. Could you just be a fake you? If you could just be a fake you, that would be pretty awesome. And then she did. And she was just being a fake her, and then she's pulled a gun. And we're going to find out what happens with that one. It's 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern, says Coldrake, and that is true comments. And then Thursday, because I do 3 days in a row, Thursday you can find me at 5 p.m. for Into the Southlands over at Kobold Press. Produced by The Dot, and then also at 8 p.m. over at Praxagora the Smophoria, which is Romance of the Blue Rose, where I am a bird. I'm a bird. And I will just say, I loved this crew. I enjoy so much when I put things out there. They pick up things, they go to other places, and then they surprise me. And I loved Tango deciding to just do a self-compel. He's like, give me a fate point. I'm going to get in trouble. I was like, all right, sure. And some Nazis were killed. I loved that a bunch of people started, there are a bunch of little pieces here and there, right? Like the ring, the return, the mention of Dirk. My favorite.
Oh, can I also, I don't mean to butt in. I am
please.
so sorry, but that ring moment was really cool. Greg, sorry, just handing the ring right back over.
Yeah, that was amazing, right?
That was a fun moment.
Amazing. Okay, and I will just say, Ziggy's your bud. He's loyal to you. He also likes to get people addicted to heroin, and also, I mean, there's stuff there. But I'm gonna just say it for this. I love both. You've made really amazing choices, and I like to think that some of those choices are the impacts, like the psychological impacts on your character of choices they didn't make in the past. In season 1, Oscar's not there for it. The White Mouse, who was this woman who was the person who was couriering people from flyers shot down through Paris. She was the main courier. One of the reasons why they're doing this job now is because they let her get captured by the Gestapo. They saw the Gestapo coming in to capture her, and they decided not to get involved because they figured we couldn't do anything. And so they just watched as she got captured and taken away, and they didn't act. And it's interesting that Tango now acts. Tango will not let that go. And I really am very excited to see, I mean, first off, the conversation between Regina and Oscar, their romance was so delicious, oddly awkward is what I mean. I appreciate you trying to figure out how to talk to Luke. The scene with Hannah was amazing. And I'm really excited to see, what's one of the reasons why I wanted these duo episodes, to see what will happen with you two together. The ways in which Tango saving Oscar, Oscar saving Tango, Tango seeing inside of the abyss of the other Oscar, Captain Oscar, is something that I'm very excited to see how that will play out in the future. That's something I'm very excited about. So chat, you're the best. And I want you to take care of yourselves. Thank you for all the donations, the bits and the tips. Next week, my friends, is our second duo episode, and it's going to be the gals this time around. We're going to find out what Sylvie and Regina are up to on the exact same day, which means I need to have that phone conversation happen somewhere in the middle of the episode. That's it. That's what I'm going to say. And I don't know how it's going to happen, but I'm ready for it. That's my GM challenge, is to get that phone call in next week's episode. My life. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Take care of yourself. Be kind. Enjoy your lives, and we're gonna go to credits. Catch you, my friends, on the flip side.